Hey guys, what's up? Delta Violet here, and I felt like reusing the old intro that I used to on YouTube. Sorry for starting a couple minutes late, but had some issues with having to unclog a drain, which, as everybody knows that's an adulter that has had to do that, is loads of fun for the whole family, really. Thankfully, it's just a family of one here. But more importantly, we are back with Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Since last we played, some things have changed. Let's go ahead and start with the main team here. As you can see, I have leveled them up a fair bit. I went and decided to go with 47. I know that seems like a bit of an odd number, but I couldn't decide if I wanted to go with 45 or 50, so I kind of just split the difference and ultimately stuck with 50, or with 47 rather, and just kind of split it down the middle. If we take a look at my PDA, you'll notice that I have definitely grabbed more Poke Coupons, as well as a fair bit more Pokemon dollars. There's a good reason for that. We're going to be needing lots of Ultra Balls coming up. So, without further ado, let's switch the items, because, as you could probably guess, I took care of the 2 Coliseum matches, and we're going to be showing off the pre-gym here, so that's actually where I'm going to be heading, and hopefully they're not going to be too high level, but we will find out. Unlike the previous game, there are not quite as many Coliseum matches. Normally there was stuff like the Under Pyrite Coliseum, Fenac Coliseum, Relgam Coliseum. There was a fair few of them, but in this game there are only 2, which is the Coliseum that is in Pyrite Town and the Coliseum in Relgam. I'm aware there's a third one, I'm just referring to the actual main story. I know there's a post-game one. Anyway, as we head over to the pre-gym in Fenac, we'll start with the rewards that you can get at Pyrite Coliseum. In order to do the Coliseums, you will do 4 matches in a row, first 2 rounds, a semifinal, and a final against your opponent. You've already seen these a little bit whenever we went and got Nose Pass from Mirror B, but you can also do those to get proper rewards. Before I start the pre-gym, I'm going to go ahead and show off the items we picked up. If you want an easier Coliseum, Pyrite Coliseum is the way to go. The Pokemon there are in the level 20s, low level 20s, so they are pretty easy to beat. At this point in the game, you should have no issues with that. For beating a Coliseum multiple times, you will get a small amount of money as well as TMs. The Coliseums will give you TMs for the first 4 victories. After that, you will only get money from the 5th one on for both Coliseums. For Pyrite Coliseum, the first victory will net you TM31, which is a very good TM, Brick Break. The second win will net you TM12, which is Taunt, which lets you only use attack moves if it is used on you. Third win will get you TM41, which is Torment, which means that they cannot use the same move twice in a row. And the last victory will get you TM05, which is Roar, which will force your opponent to swap out a Pokemon for another Pokemon at random. If you want a more challenging Coliseum, Relgam Coliseum will have Pokemon in the level 40s, low level 40s. For the first win there, you will get TM49, which is Snatch. You already saw me get this one on screen, but I figured I'd show it again, which steals and uses a target's move if it raises stats. The second victory will net you TM19, which is Giga Drain, which is a pretty decent grass-type move that will steal health from your opponent and give it to you. The third victory will give you Iron Tail, which is normally a pretty good move if it doesn't decide to miss every 5 seconds. So a pretty decent steal move there with TM23. And round 4 will give you TM22, which is Solar Beam, which absorbs sunlight and then attacks very heavily. Grass-type move that you can also make not take 2 turns by using Sunny Day. So those are all the rewards you can get from that. And again, if you clear the Coliseums any subsequent times, you will still be given a fair bit of money for that, which is why my money count is as high as it is. I'm actually going to very quickly go to 2 other places as we continue to talk. As you saw with my team, 2 of them have actually evolved since I leveled them up, and that would be Lairon and Celio. Lairon evolved into Aggron at level 43, and Celio evolved into Walrein at level 44. In terms of moves, the only thing that I replaced was I got rid of Counter on Zangoose, and I swapped that out for Detect, which he learned, or she learned rather, at level 46. I don't predict using either Counter or Detect, but I feel like there might be a time, albeit rarely, where I would use this. I can't imagine using Counter. So that was why I did what I did. The reason we're back in Fenac Coliseum is to A, show that there are no challenges here, as they mentioned previously, and B, also back here, if you come back later, there will be a shining spot on the ground, and that will be Battle CD number 44. I already picked that up off screen, but I wanted to go ahead and make mention of it. As we head back, and I go and get my berry for the day, as I'm going to go and do that in Agate Village, The last thing of note, at least that's in my notes, is that I have now officially caught the final Surskit that I needed. So I grabbed 2 of the rarest Pokemon at the Pokestops, 1 to keep and 1 to trade, as well as catching all the common and uncommon Pokemon. So, the TLDR for that means we are done with Pokestops. I do not have any bait on the Pokestops. The Pokestops will not be interrupting anything anymore. So, if for what little you saw that was bothering you, good news, you will not have to deal with it from this moment on. It is taken care of completely. As a side note, in addition to training up at Mount Battle and getting the Pokedollars, you can, as I've shown before, fight some other trainers. This guy up here wearing the hat and the bright blue shirt is one. That muscle-bound dude down there is another trainer that you can fight. The lady with her Poochyena, who is down... You might be able to see her right here. Right down there, you can fight her. And I believe there's one other trainer that is one of the riders, the cowboy-looking dudes, that's over by the Pokemon Center. They don't give a lot of money, but if you want a small amount of money and don't want to do the Coliseums, those are an option for you. Their Pokemon teams are not going to be too terribly strong. They'll be like high teens to mid-20s. They do get stronger as you subsequently fight them, but it's not an insane difficulty spike. You should have no difficulty with that. Now that I've mentioned that we are done with all the Pokestops, even though it probably won't matter, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and sell all the remaining Pokesnacks that I have, because I have no need for them anymore. I don't want to get rid of any of these. How am I doing on Ultra Balls? I'm definitely going to need more than that, as there are more than 28 Pokemon. So, yeah, I'm going to be buying a fair few Ultra Balls, which it looks like I can't do here, so I will go over to a different area to buy those. We still need the ability to actually access Citadark Isle, but yeah, there's a lot of Shadow Pokemon there. This game has about 80 Shadow Pokemon, roughly, and we've caught just over half. And Citadark Isle is the final area, and there's only like 2 post-game Shadow Pokemon, so pretty much half of the Shadow Pokemon in the game are on Citadark Isle. So bring your Ultra Balls. If you feel like you don't have enough, that's totally understandable. You'll still be able to return back to safe land, as it were, and grab more, and that will probably end up happening. But it is worth noting that that might be part of the reason that you want to ultimately train up, is to get more money for those Ultra Balls. I'm going to go with 42. That should, in theory, give us plenty. I will still probably be coming back for more, if we're being perfectly honest. Don't worry as much, still worry about it some, but don't worry as much about healing items, as there will be multiple heal stations throughout Citadark Isle, so you're not completely SOL in that regard. Alright, let's head over to the pre-gym, because like I said, I have not done this yet. I don't know what level everyone's going to be. They could have a team of level 60s, for all I know, but I feel like that'd be a bit weird for the pre-gym and not the Coliseums. Either way, I'm going to go ahead and keep the leading Pokemon that I've got here. You remember my email, right? Pre-gym is finally going to reopen. I'd like to have a battle with you. Will accept my challenge? At pre-gym, 4 trainers and I await all challengers. First, you're required to take on the 4 trainers in knockout matches. You have to beat all 4 of them in a row. So, like a normal Coliseum, except I guess it's got one more battle, or is he the 4th trainer? Either way, I guess we'll find out. Now I'm going to go ahead and close my notes and focus on the game. I am curious to see about what level these are. These guys could be, like, decently leveled. They could be grossly under-leveled. It's anybody's guess, really. Oh well, I know my team is plenty capable, so let's see what we've got. We are at... Oh, yeah, I had a feeling that might happen. Alright, level 21, so not too bad. Maybe Justy will surprise me, I don't know. It's entirely possible, but yeah, in this case, I'm not too terribly worried. I think as long as an attack doesn't miss or has no effectiveness, this will probably go by pretty quickly. Still, that'll give me a chance to take a drink of water. Ah, I needed that. Probably should put a hydrate bot on my channel points thing at some point. I think I did actually do that. I did put a hydrate bot on there. Very nice. Okay, cool. Good job passing me for remembering to do something. Speaking of doing something, I do believe I've updated the archive page fully, so we are good to go on that. Again, if you're watching the playlist for this, don't be surprised if in the playlist itself it's getting moved around a little bit. And the only reason for that is because for some reason, I don't think there's a save button for making changes. I think once you just approve it, it should automatically change. But I'm trying to keep things in order because for some reason it keeps moving around the Pokemon Sapphire playthrough. And so it might have gotten moved to the bottom of that playlist just because Sapphire is a completed playthrough and this is not yet completed. So, just bear that in mind. In other Pokemon news, I am still working on my Fire Red team. I've almost got my Jolteon, which is one of the ones I have confirmed for my team, up to level 100, so it is nearly there. It is at 99, so when I say almost, I do mean almost. I've got my Charizard up to high 80s, I believe, and I've got my Gengar up to mid 70s. And then, of course, I'm working on the other 3 as well. I am done with the IV training. I am done with the EV training. I have got all the TMs necessary that I want to give to my team. It is just now a case of leveling them up and giving them the moves I want, and then I am good to go. I have been mulling over exactly how we want to do the versus part between Icarus and myself. And I think I have ultimately figured out the conclusion that we're going to go with. In Battle Revolution, one of the options is that you can have, well, one of 3 options is you can have your team entirely be at level 100, if they're that high, level 50, if they're that high, or just leave them at whatever level you transfer them over. So probably what we will do is, even though my team is at level 100, we will probably have them all be shown at level 50, and then because I've trained my team up to 100, I will let her play through Battle Revolution using the teams that I've gotten thus far. So not only does she not have to do as much work since, you know, she's got husband, kid, I'd say a job, but I also have a job. But that will make it easier for her and also give her an opportunity to use some Pokemon that she didn't use, namely on her team. So that was the logic that I'm going with. It is not set in stone yet, bear that in mind, but that's probably what we will go with. There's nothing quite as satisfying as being able to one-shot a Kecleon. If you battle them later, it'll be a lot stronger after a certain point in the story. We might be to that certain point, potentially. We're at the point of, like, needing to go to Citadark Isle. I haven't done all the prep work to actually be able to physically get there yet, but might be the case. In truth, I actually don't even know what the reward for doing this is. It could be TM, could be hold item, not entirely sure. They're dropping, like, pretty good amounts of money for this, though, if nothing else. Even if I don't get money out of this, the individual trainers are dropping pretty good money. The trainers in Agate would be dropping, like, somewhere between, like, 150 to 500, and that guy just gave me 2,300, so a little bit different. I should have checked and seen if the NPCs that are on the way to the Agate Relic are ones that you can refight. I know you have to fight them initially because the whole idea of, oh, well, you have to have them fight to get purified, which is one way to do it, but not technically correct. It's not the only way to do it. But maybe they were ones you could also refight. Some other options for trainers you can refight is Kane at the front of Pyrite Town, as well as all the trainers that are in the dual square as well. Those are all options you can do. I just tended to go for the Agate crowd because I was already there to get the berry daily, so... Which I'll show what my berry setup looks like. Even though I probably won't use them, it's just nice to have those options there of... If I lose to somebody that really likes inflicting paralysis, I can put some cherry berries on a couple of my team members and try to stall that out to where they don't do it as much. Alright, that is 3 trainers down. So now the real question is Justy himself Trainer 4, or do I need to beat Trainer 4? The other option is, too, of beating the 4 trainers in a row, and then... Oh, no, Justy is next. I was going to say, and then he's like, okay, I see that you're worthy. Go ahead and heal, and then come back to fight me. But nope, it is Justy himself. All right. Get out of that chair. All right, Granny, out of the rocker. Pre-gym leader. No spaces. Justy will like to battle. Pre-gym leader, Justy, sent out Cacnea and Sandsledge. That Cacnea does remind me, there's somebody, I believe it's in the 30s of Mount Battle, that mentions that she'd seen a trainer use her team before, and she has a Cacnea and a Chimecho, which is what James used at one point during the Pokemon anime, James from Team Rocket. That was his Gen 3, quote-unquote, team. I believe he had that... Well, no, maybe he didn't. I think somebody else had a Shadow Gligar in Coliseum. I was going to say he had one, but I actually think that's wrong. Send out Nose Pass. Freaking Nose Pass. That's another thing I need to do. I need to go and purify all the Shadow Pokemon we've got. But yeah, needless to say, level 30, not too terribly difficult. If you can beat Rogum Coliseum trainers, this guy should be no problem at all. And the final blow. Oh, he actually did survive that. Ah, is that what he would have done had I, like, Oops, wait. That's not what I mean. Oh, no, I am out of that. Okay. We'll do that. We didn't really get to see what his strategy was, but if his strategy had been to spam double team, now I'm really glad I didn't really give him a chance to do anything. Don't be that guy. Nobody likes that guy. Doesn't even have any defeat words. I knew it. You were tough. I'm not happy about losing, but I'm delighted about battling you. It's been 5 years since I lost like this. I'd like you to have these as something to remember our battle by. The battle CDs, aren't they? A Lumberry and a TM, what was that, 32, I think? It was TM 32. It barely scrolled by, but I got to watch it on VOD. Let's have a look here. Watch it be double team. Hey, it was double team. Okay, so he's a double team weenie. Good to know. I'm sure there are very, very many people that are quite proud of him being that guy. Alright, with that taken care of, and maybe he'll give something else later on, potentially. We'll even go do the purification thing and maybe check back in with him and see if he's got anything worthwhile. I'll go ahead and say it right now just because of how massive the area is. Don't expect us to finish Citadark Isle tonight. It's, like I said, it's a very, very big area. But what we can do is get the purification chambers ready, and to do that, we need to get everybody else out of here. So we've got 10 to work with, these 9, and then I've got, I believe it's Tangela sitting in my PC right now. Man, those are some soulless looking eyes. Yeah. Weeping Bell, Regain the Move, Magical Leaf. And Morning Sun, okay. Every time I do this, I'm just reminded of how much nicer this is than having to, like, physically take them to the Relic Stone. every single time. Regain Sludge Bomb, very good move. And Refresh. Which, not gonna lie, I figured the Weeping Bell was gonna be the one to have that, but I guess not. Refresh seems to be a pretty common regained move amongst the Shadow Pokemon. Refresh or Safeguard. Which, like, they're alright, I guess. Wing Attack. And Refresh, speaking of which. I don't know, I feel like at least in terms of story-wise, you're probably not going to use Refresh just because you could just use an item. And like I said, whenever I purified Zangoose, it was especially less useful on him because he's got immunities, so of the 3 statuses it can remove, one of them doesn't matter because he can't get poisoned. Silverwind. And Refresh. I have to be careful about not button mashing too quickly here because I don't want to give any of them nicknames, but then I don't want to hit B to be like, no, I don't want to switch sets. While I do know there's heal stations, alright, here we're getting Cross Chop and Helping Hand. No thanks. While there are heal stations, I'm also hoping that at some point there will also be... Yep, and I hit the V button. I'm hoping at some point there will also be the actual PCs as well during Citadark Isle so that I don't have to go back as much to start throwing them in the purification chambers over and over. Granted, I will get the heart gauges down to 0 probably off screen, but there's going to be a lot of them, so if I can throw them in the machine to get that started, then that would only make it go by faster for everybody involved. Magneton regained Double Edge. It's not what I would have expected for Magneton, but okay. And Brain Dance, which actually kind of does make a little bit more sense. And I've got Hypno with his big-ass nose. Regain Psychic, which makes sense. And Baton Pass, which I think we've gone over before, of pretty good competitively, I'm just not one to use it myself. And I think everybody can universally agree that most of the time during a story of a Pokemon game, you're probably not going to need that. Unsurprisingly, a story team will be very different from a competitive team. Partially on the moveset fact, and partially on you want to try to get at least some of your team settled in pretty early. Beedrill regains Sludge Bomb and Baton Pass, which makes sense. Beedrill's one of those candidates for it. And penultimately, but last on this list, the other half of that Caterpie and Weedle section. He's probably going to get something like some Bug Attack or some Poison Attack or some Psychic Attack would be my guess. Yep, Psychic. And Morning Sun. So as you can see, here's our list here of all the additional ones. Remove the ones that I've been using. I did level up Flygon a little bit, as you can tell. It is also at 47. And as of course, has also evolved, as it was a Vibrava before. Alright, let's get this McDonald's Happy Meal toy purified. Of all of the Pokemon to only be the pure grass type in Gen 1, of the only one possible, really it was this thing? Ugh. Regain Solar Beam. And probably refresh. No, Morning Sun. Alright. And that'll send it to PC. Let's take a quick look here. Just make sure I didn't miss any items. I did. You've got Silver Powder. I'll very quickly swap that out and take it off. I doubt we're gonna need it, but on the off chance that we end up needing it for something. But for now, yeah. Should be good there, good there. Oh, here's what my berry setup looks like, by the way. 1 Mago Berry, 2 Lum Berries, 1 Persimmon Berry, 1 Roust, 1 Pecha, 1 Chesto, and 2 Cherry. Alright, there we go. Caught up on our Shadow Pokemon. 46 caught, 46 purified. And now with all that excess junk done and taken care of, I did consider of what I was going to do with the events in Relgum Tower, namely the Battle Bingo right now, less so the Battle CDs. I think when it comes to those, that will probably just be something that I do post-game with the Battle CDs for sure. Whenever we do a second stream of Citadark, which will almost inevitably happen, I might do the Battle Bingo first, just as like a little bit of something different, rather than like, okay, this stream we're doing Citadark Isle, and next stream we're going to be doing Citadark Isle, and then the following stream we'll be doing Citadark Isle, of something to break up that monotony, as it were. But in the meantime, hey, let's have a look here. Can't interact with it yet? Nope. Yep, there's the, Robokyogre. Can I talk to old lady here, I imagine? Mr. Verk has gone away. He left me with a gaping void where a heart once fluttered. What am I to live for? There's no perfect. Oh, yeah. It's so sad that the guy that you loved was evil. Mr. Verk and his people left for somewhere on his luxury cruiser. Does he travel around the world on it? Have they all mentioned something about this? Nah. Should be far too easy to defeat. What is that boat? That one looks like a Kyogre. It looks like it goes fast, but I think it'll be too scary for me. It might make me have an accident. Both with the boat and in one's pants. Yo, big news, real big news. That Robokyogre we've been telling you about is finally done. Once Grandpa got down to it and got serious with it, he put together something kind of amazing. Come on over here, guy. You have to listen to my grandpa. See, he's actually proud of his grandpa when his grandpa does something. Like Per said, we finally assembled the Robokyogre. It's truly a work of marvel. What's wrong? Is anything the matter? Well, I'll be. Cypher's headquarters is on Citadark Isle, and you intend to go there? Citadark Isle, huh? When it's on a place like that, it's a wonder nobody's found Cypher's base. The currents around the isle are swift and the weather is always stormy. The place can't be approached by sea or by air. Well, I mean, they got there somehow. I get it. The Robokyogre, right? Precisely, Per. Our Robokyogre will be able to reach the isle. Alright, we must prepare to launch the Robokyogre. Come on, Per. Yes, sir. I believe it's aye aye, Captain. Ah, there you are. Over this way. Look towards the pier. That is the Robokyogre. Doesn't its blue form thrill you? It's all ready to go. You can leave whenever you're ready. Perhaps the Robo-Tiger was always meant for you to ride from the start. It's all ready to go. You can leave whenever you're ready. There's no telling what you'll run into on Citadark Isle. You be careful. If the going gets rough, you scoot back right away, okay? Don't try to overdo things. Oh yeah, I think the Pokemon Mart has added new merchandise. Stock them on supplies before you go. That might not be a horrible idea. I did stock up on Pokeballs, but how does the rest of my items look? I probably could stand to get a few more Super Potions, but very quickly, let's organize these a little bit. Just we've got a bit more idea of what we've got on us. Yeah, we could probably stand to grab a few more healing items. I'm not going to grab too many, but just on the off chance we get stuck of fighting multiple trainers in a row, but I also don't want to go backwards at the same time. We've had new merchandise that's perfect for outstanding trainers. Finally, my merchandise selection is the best in all of Ore, but my dream doesn't end there. I want the best shop in the world. Well, let's see how good you are. Max Potion and Full Restore. He does have both of those, as well as some other stuff. I think what I'm going to do first... I know I bought these and never ended up using them, but it was just in case I needed them. There we go. 20 full heals, and then we don't have as much clogging up our inventory. As for actual healing items, based on what our team is at, I feel like 10 Hyper Potions is okay. I know we also have some Soda Pops, so I'm going to go with 14 Super Potions. And we'll be picking up money as we go. I feel like that'll be a decent amount to start with, and if we need to come back, then we can just come back. In case you needed a reminder, this is about what our HP looks at. So, like, not quite 120 for anybody. I mean, Muck and Walrein are kind of close, but at this point, a Hyper Potion is a full heal, at least HP-wise. And just so we don't have to sit through all that again. Let's do it. Ride the Robo-Tiger. Bring it on. This is way cooler than the scooter is. Pretty sure we just could have gone under that, but okay. Also, I'm glad Michael knows how to operate this just instinctively. Man, look at those jackasses. Get out of here. I am going to swap out Gardevoir since it gained a level in the pre-gym somehow. Hi. Hey, you, that thing you're riding on. It's kind of cool. I have this feeling I met you in a port somewhere, but I don't give a hoot about that. I do have a problem when someone shows up here without passage on our boat. Oh, so it's not that I'm here without permission, it's the fact that I took a boat that wasn't yours, specifically. He's gonna be in for a real disappointment when he figures out that he's not the only boat that exists. What a moron. So level 33s, huh? Not bad. He's got a pretty full team, so we might potentially see some people with a smaller team but slightly higher levels as a result. And again, just because we're like substantially higher levels now, also, Shadow Pokemon, Golduck, just because we're higher levels now does not mean that that level spike is not coming, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Let's see. I feel like Zangoose's attack stat is going to be too high for that kind of thing. If it was the Mantine... Well, no, not even if it was the Mantine, yeah, I probably made the right call. Which, granted, Mantine's more special defense, but still. Sableye, also a Shadow Pokemon. You can start to see how most of the Shadow Pokemon are here. Based on the simple fact of... Oh, nice, we're having a rave. Based on the simple fact of the first trainer we fought already has 2 Shadow Pokemon. Alright, let's swap out for Jolteon, who's definitely going to be seeing a lot of use here. Okay, we'll paralyze him next turn, then Shadow Punch Sableye. Since at this point it has no weakness, I don't have to worry about hitting it with something that's super effective by accident. And good thing I switched when I did, because now I can't do that anymore. This is also an issue that you can potentially run into with more Shadow Pokemon being abound. If you see one and you're planning on doing something like using Thunder Wave with Jolteon, you probably want to switch it in sooner rather than later. Because if they lock you into using the current team you have, you're basically going to either A, not be able to do that, or B, wait for them to, like, intentionally let them knock out one of your Pokemon so that you're forced to switch into whatever Pokemon you wanted. It's a bit stupid, I will agree, but if that happens, that might be ultimately what you end up having to do. Since we've got them, for the time being, I am going to go ahead and use the... Well, maybe not. Why not? I was going to say I'm not going to use the Premier Balls. I'll use the Great and Premier Balls until we run out. At this point, I recommend Ultra Ball across the board, if not something stronger. But if you don't want to sell them and you want to use them for the heck of it, go for it. It worked there, so... The other big reason with needing the healing items, as you can tell, is I wasn't really taking damage until the Shadow Pokemon came out, not because they were stronger, but simply due to the fact... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to use Acid Armor. But simply due to the fact that since you're not killing them, you're intentionally leaving them alive, and because you're doing that, they will of course start inflicting damage on you, which usually won't be too much if you're over-leveled, but it will start to add up over time as you're just getting slowly but surely chipped away by different trainers. Yeah, I remember Sableye having a pretty low catch rate. I remember trying to catch one of these in Dewford Cave in Ruby and Sapphire, and it was not easy. And if you're wondering why would you catch a Sableye, answer, it was actually a shiny Sableye. I don't know if that video is still up on my channel, but whenever I did a playthrough of Sapphire way back in the day, yeah, I did find a shiny Sableye. Don't remember if I caught it or not, but definitely did see one. We actually found 2 different shinies in that playthrough. It was that and... Oh, what was the other one? I want to say it wasn't something like crazy rare. It was like a Zigzagoon or something like that. I'll have to make a future note that Muck might be another good one to have out on the field while I'm trying to catch things, just because it's got 2 moves that I can just keep beefing up my defense here. And then also using Screech to lower theirs, but not actually damage them. Almost makes me kind of want to get Amnesia to up its special defense and just let it be more of a wall than it already was. I think that's as high as it can go, because I'm pretty sure I used it 3 times, but... I suppose we'll find out. Yep, defense won't go higher. Okay. Then I will stop using it. It's so weird to think this is probably the game where I would most recommend having, like, one non-damaging move in the main story on your Pokemon just so you can do stuff like this of stalling, essentially. Alright, we got both of a Shadow Pokemon. The kid's tough. Better spin in a circle and follow my butt. Well, at least we got a use out of the Premier Balls. Darn it, I've got to report this! You get right on that, my man. You're probably going to see me fumbling through the menus a little bit here and there, just because I'm going to save after every battle with a Shadow Pokemon, and probably heal as well. Hi. Huh? How'd you manage to get to this island? You rode that here? That's awesome! Even Mr. Varric, the world's richest man, doesn't have one of those. Oh yeah, it excites the sailman's heart in me. Listen, how about letting me take a ride sometime, huh? You got it. That's right, that's the spirit of the man of the sea. I don't know if this was much of a thanks, but I found this in the ship. Okay, the Battle CD31. What a cool dude. I like you. Alright, so as one would probably surmise, this is a shortcut back, and as a result, you can't use it. Yet. So let's just go right on in. Okay, good. So there is one of each. Even if they're at the very beginning, there is something that I can use. Alright. Man, Cypher would not be happy if they knew that that was what their computer was being used for. Oh, man. That also means I healed unnecessarily, but it was only 1 soda pop, so it's not too big a deal. No, I just used it, you dummy. Alright, left or right? Well, as the lefty in the room, as I always am, and usually the only one as well, we're gonna go left. There's the ambush. You look suspicious. I won't let you go on. Well, so do you, Mr. Habin. More like has-been. Oh, that's a female. Whoops. Well, you can still be a has-been, I guess. Yeah, double team would also be a pretty decent choice here. Anything, it'd be less about lowering your opponent's stats with, like, stall moves, quote-unquote, in this case, and more about increasing your own. I feel like one of those two should have gotten beaten by that, but whatever. one. I probably should pull up the list of Shadow Pokemon, but I kind of don't want to in Citadark Isle just to leave it a little bit more of a mystery. So for the time being, I'll leave it as is. And surprisingly, this trainer didn't have one. I guess that's a pretty good fake out. I wouldn't have expected the guy that was in the sailor outfit and driving the boat to have two, but then the one you would expect does not have any. Usually the rule of thumb is like the very small grunts have one, maybe two, the mid-management has like probably about 4, maybe 3, and then of course the big bad has a ton. Nice butt shot there on the trainer. You're so strong, all I can do is laugh about this. I would make the joke since we were streaming Final Fantasy X the other day, but I'll spare you the bad laughing sounds. Does this go anywhere? What is the point of this room? Like, if it's a dead end, it's a dead end, but why the additional room? Well, there was an A trainer in there, I guess. I don't think we got damaged at all, but on the off chance we did. Alright, let's try going to the right. He usually never leaves the Luxo Cruiser. Where are you off to in such a hurry? Oh, I know, you chased him off. Just joking. Want to race me? Sir, that's not how one performs a race. Oh well, he'll figure it out. Eventually. Probably not, huh? No, it's fine. Alright, let's see. Dodrio. What was the other one? I already forgot. Though we're about to find one of them, which is Dodrio. Xatu, that was the other one. Okay. Let's just go with focusing Xatu for now. I always feel so bad when I see that Shadow Dodrio. If anybody here watched Chugga Conroy's playthrough of this game, you know that his final teammate was Dodrio, and that poor thing could not get anything done. It was bad. Like, he got it and then purified it immediately, and it's still, like, it caught up level-wise, and it still wasn't enough. It just could not do enough damage and kept getting destroyed too easily. Which isn't, like, the shock of the century or anything, but it was still sad to watch. It does make me wonder if, as we're doing the playthroughs of the game, if I'm going to end up with somebody like that on my team of just... they can't get going no matter what happens. Alright, there's another Shadow Pokemon, Raticate. Means I'm probably going to be switching into Jolteon when next I get a chance. And since I did just mention that Jolteon's frail and Zangoose' attack stat, while good for battle in terms of trying to weaken something, I'll probably end up killing it. I think I'm just going to play defensively for now. I still do have a couple of weak moves on Wall Rain. I still have Water Gun, and I still have Mud Slap. And the reason I kept both of them was, A, because I didn't want to... if I did change anything on screen of using a TM, I wanted to show it. And B, if I wanted to have anything that would weaken but not defeat a Shadow Pokemon, then I had options there. So, if I do need something a bit less damage heavy, then I do have that for options. Keep on bulking up, my dude. I was gonna say, I don't remember buying Great Balls, but now that I think about it, they were probably, at least most of them were ones that I found in treasure chests just through natural exploration. Bleh. And there goes Jolteon, unfortunately. Man, they like really targeted Jolteon, like they knew. Ground's not going to work because it's part flying, so Water Gun is going to be our best bet. And in the meantime, on the off chance that this works, it probably won't, but you never know. It is paralyzed, so at least there's that. No. Hopefully Water Gun won't do too much to it. I know it's got same type attack bonus, but it's not too strong of a move, and also I don't have the thing on it. Can't remember what it's called. Mystic Water, or whatever it is that ups the water moves. I have never Melt Ice on it still. I have not changed around the items that my team are currently holding. I just don't feel like that would be worth the risk of hitting it again. It's probably just barely over half, but I really don't want to run that risk. Because usually if it's half, it drops to yellow, but... Nice. Also, I had a really bad feeling if I did do it again, it was going to get a critical hit, and then it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But no matter, we've beaten Fergie. That sounds like a really bad racial slur, but we'll just ignore that part. Not similar to one, just like it sounds like it would be one. Now I'm gonna get my Jolteon back that you destroyed, you asswipe. And just to add insult to injury, I'm gonna go purify your Pokemon right away. And then to add even more insult to injury, I'm never gonna use them. You can see why it would be important to save after every fight in here, though, is just from stuff like that. I'm like, get your team back up to full, get the Shadow Pokemon starting to go on the Purification, grab a Max Elixir while you're at it. Hello. I should be swapping down Master Greevil's Luxo Cruiser, but I'm completely lost. What is wrong with me? I gotta buck up and focus. Hey kid, let's say we battle. I feel like this is a butt thou must, but I'll be nice and say yes anyway. You're a big-hearted kid. I'll show my respect and go all out. Cool, and then I'll point you in the right direction, I guess. I don't know. Watch him have Shadow Pokemon. Well, not me to begin with. Yeah, this is what I meant about, like, attack on Zangoose might be a bit high to damage something without killing it. The highest stat that it has by far, not counting health, but even then it wasn't that much lower than its health. Nope, just a Pupitar. Is that one of those? Yep, it is. 2, 3. Bye, Pupitar. I know it's Pupitar, but, you know. Everybody's missing. It's a great time all around. Zangoose is the only one that gets to do anything this fight. Hashtag Zangoose carry. Wouldn't have it any other way. That was good. You shook me up. Cool. You want me to give you directions? I don't backtalk to any tough battler. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. The only reason I'm doing it after every fight is just in case I mess up, so we don't have to see fights multiple times unless it is absolutely necessary. Huh? Maybe... Are you someone suspicious? I'm not the one with the buck teeth and weirdo, goofy 80s glasses, my dude. Not to mention the hat that looks like Princess Leia's hair. I think that's who it is. I don't know my Star Wars that well. I think I've talked about it before. My parents had me watch the original 6 movies one time, and I kept falling asleep. And falling asleep and waking up and falling asleep and waking up, so I barely remember anything. Half of it was because I wasn't interested, and the other half was like, they had me do it after I got home from work, and I hadn't slept in like 18 hours. And they're like, oh, but you need to watch it right now. I'm like, can it not wait till tomorrow after I've slept and don't have work or anything else? Answer, no. Had to be right that second. So if I wasn't impressed before, now I have the added stigma of that memory with it, so... Now I definitely probably will not be indulging in watching that again. Surprisingly, didn't see a lot of May the 4th posts, though. Not on social media, not from friends whenever I messaged them, nothing. Only saw, I think, 2 or 3 total. It was pretty minor. I saw more Cinco de Mayo posts than I did May the 4th. Oh, really? Freaking Golbat. Zangoose has the better shot at being able to beat that Sea King in one hit. I'll have to be smart in remembering that although Brick Break I think is technically stronger power-wise, it doesn't have the stab bonus that Crush Claw does. And that's another one down. Adios, Jetzel. Let's switch for... I talked about this before, but I'll go ahead and re-mention it again for anybody that's watching this live. I've kind of got a semi-balanced team here with 3 more defensive Pokemon, at least compared to what I usually use, with Aggron, Muck, and Walrein, and more offense-based ones with Gardevoir, Jolteon, and Zangoose. So as a result, I'm trying to keep 1 offensive and 1 defensive Pokemon in the front slots at any given time. So that's why I decided what I did instead of swapping in Walrein there. Once Aggron hits 48, I'll probably swap it out for Walrein for a bit. But yeah, that was why I did what I did there. I wouldn't say I was like the stereotypical player of like, do nothing but attack, attack, attack over and over, and like, if you have a fire Pokemon, it's all fire moves or anything like that, but I definitely do prefer offense to defense. And it's only been in probably the last year of playing that, creepy. She looks like a off-brand version of a mix between Dee Dee from Dexter's Lab and Tiny Kong. Ugh, creepy. But yeah, as one would expect, like we did with the tower in the previous game of Colosseum, you'll be refighting all the trainers that you, or all the big bads that you dealt with previously as well. But yeah, I wouldn't say, like, prefer it, but I've definitely found the merits of having a defensive Pokemon or two. I think if it wasn't double battles throughout the game, I probably would be, like, 4 offense and 2 defense. It wouldn't be an even split down the middle for me, but I've definitely seen the added perk of having some defensive Pokemon on the team. Not only for this game, but like for playing through any of the games. So you might actually see a little bit of defense on some of my Pokemon teams as we go through Fire Red, or as we went through Fire Red, and then also continuing to go through later gens. I've not finalized what I want for my team for when we do Gen 2, but I've got a pretty good idea. And there's 2 that I know for sure that I want on my team, like, without question. Farfetch'd is another Shadow Pokemon. I quote-unquote am using one of these on my Fire Red team, as in it's the one that has Fly, so whenever I accidentally beat Gary, it will be what gets me back to the Elite Four, because I'm intentionally taking L's against Gary because it's faster to knock out all of his Pokemon except one, and then let his Arcanine usually beat me, and then just respawn, because money's not an object at this point in my level grinding. Altaria, a much better bird, and also a Shadow Pokemon. I'm actually going to swap in, not just because of levels, but also because I want not as hard-hitting attacks. So I'll swap into Walrein. I guess this would be one example of, yeah, because I know I talked about this last episode of, like, there is some overlap between being able to catch the same Shadow Pokemon in this game and in Colosseum. Altaria is one of them. You get it as a Swablu, but it evolves into Altaria. Confuse me or something? Yep, sure enough. Really? It affects both? Okay, that's just disgusting right there. That's just straight up rude. Alright, you're getting Thunder Waved. And to make sure that Thunder Wave goes through, I'm not dealing with that. Enjoy your paralysis. What an obnoxious move, jeez. I get they wanted to do more than just Shadow Rush, and having, like, some difference is fine. I actually don't mind the weather effects one and whatnot, but being able to confuse both Pokemon in a 2v2, and it's not even like Swagger where they get, like, some buff to compensate for it, is kind of ridiculous. I know the whole thing with Swagger is, if it hits because your attack's been boosted, you'll do more damage to yourself, but if it doesn't work, then you do more damage to the enemy, so I feel like it's still semi-fair in that regard, but yikes. I can do that again with no problems. This is going to be slow going thanks to that confusion. And there's the weather effect. The weird thing is, I don't ever remember that being a thing of, like, that move of being able to confuse both. Every other one we've seen, I'm like, yeah, I remember, like, the weather effect. Obviously, I remember the regular Shadow Rush. I remember Shadow Split. I have no recollection of just being able to confuse both enemies. That's ridiculous. Okay, I was expecting it to do a little bit more. I knew it wasn't very effective, but that didn't do peanuts. Is that supposed to, like, lower a stat? Maybe break through light screen or reflect if it was up? I don't know. The problem is I don't want to use ice on Altaria. That would be probably a little too strong, I would imagine. Considering it, I'm pretty sure it's flying and dragon. It's flying for sure. Well, and snapped out of its confusion. Oh, I mean, it could have been slapped out of its confusion. There we go. That's better. Altaria is paralyzed. Apparently Farfetch'd is the one that's allowed to do something on her team, and Altaria is just not getting any love here. Which is a shame, because of the two, definitely prefer Altaria. Even with Surfetch'd being a thing, I would still prefer Altaria. Alright, let's make an attempt here. Don't be too upset, Lavrina. I'm not ever going to use this thing. Ever. The only reason I used it as an HM slave in my Fire Red playthrough is because it could learn both cut and fly. Which is a nice way of saying when we get around to Gen 4, yeah, I expect to see a Bidoof on my team. Alright, there goes Walrein. Sorry if it bothers anybody that I'm going between Walrein and Walrein. Depending on what language you're referring to whenever you have two vowels next to each other. Sometimes the first one is said and sometimes the second one is said. It literally just depends. I have taken enough foreign languages to know that, namely Spanish and German. Which actually learning Spanish first made German a lot easier, unsurprisingly. A lot of that stuff correlated over. So once I got to the verb conjugation, I was like, oh yeah, this is like actually pretty similar. And now I understand why a lot of people think English is hard as a language to learn if it is not your first language, which is fair. I think it's up there personally with French, and probably Mandarin would be another one that's pretty high up there. I've heard mixed things on how easy or hard Japanese is to learn as a language that is not your first language. I've heard some people say like it's not too bad, especially if you've got previous experience with learning foreign languages, and others going like, yeah, even with that experience, it's going to be pretty rough. I think it'd be pretty cool as a superpower. If I could have, like, any superpower that could actually exist, like, technically it is doable without having any supernatural ability. Superhuman, maybe, but not supernatural. It would be to be able to understand and speak every language in the world perfectly. Like, can you imagine how many doors that would open for you as a like, you could travel the world and be able to understand and do anything there, at least in terms of language. You'd obviously make a phenomenal translator. Like, that would be a very good job for you to have. Oh, you're terrible. I mean, really, Master Greevil will be oh so cross with me again. Oh, how I so dislike you. I'll be glad, little boy, when Master Greevil and XD001 make you pay. Maybe you should have let him do that by not getting in my way. But yet, here we are with you doing exactly that. Alright. That's the first one down. And that guy in the way. Welcome to the Purify Chamber. Farfetch does have an item, but it's a stick, which increases critical hit ratio if you are... Oops, no. Yeah, I know I'm holding the Pokemon. I want to put that one back, because that one actually is an item I want. But it only works on Farfetch'd, so I'm not worried about taking that item off of him. It's not a big deal. That Dragon Fang, however... I guess I can technically do that from here. I keep forgetting that. As one could probably imagine, Dragon Fang. A hold item that raises the power of dragon-type moves. So, if I decide to use at any point the Flygon that I've got in storage, that would be a pretty good item to put on it. Plus, like I mentioned, and I'll probably end up using it at least a little bit in post-game, there is a dragon type that I want to use that we yet do not have. And tragically won't for at least a little ways, because it's towards the end. But if you've watched me play Pokemon, you know that it is in fact my baby. So yes, when we get around to Gen 3, expect one to be on my team. I've already got 3 picked out on my team for sure for Gen 3. Like, I always use them, and I know I'm going to use them. I think I just saved, but because I don't trust myself... Okay, I can just look at the timer. We're good. I love how the water looks right here. This is super cool. This is a proper research facility, sweetie. A little guy like you shouldn't be in here. Also, now that I'm seeing the water, I remember how they technically managed to get here is because it's a system that they can turn on and off to affect the current. So whenever there's a boat coming that they know is theirs, they just turn it off and then the current's not there, and then they can board and dock and let boats go safely that are theirs. Now I remember. Crobat Seviper, huh? Probably should have attacked Crobat with that Thunder Shock. Just because it's going to be going before Walrein does. Yep. Even though it's like 12 levels lower, Crobat's fast. But not fast enough to dodge this. I did mention that I do plan on swapping out some of my current team's moves for TM moves, but I think until we get to the point where like there's very obviously a big level jump, I'm gonna keep the moves as is in case I need to, again, weaken some of the Shadow Pokemon. Once the Shadow Pokemon start getting stronger and I feel like they could stand up to stronger attacks, then I'm not gonna be as worried about keeping things like Water Gun. I would be replacing Thunder Shock with Thunderbolt, that kind of thing. So if you're thinking, good God, he's almost at level 50 with Jolteon, he really needs to get rid of Thunder Shock. I'm aware. Don't worry, I know. And even, again, forgetting that, remember, it also has same type attack bonus, and it's holding a magnet. So it'll be fine. Chimeko's making an uproar. It certainly is. Thankfully, it won't be making an uproar for very much longer. Bonk. Very nice. We got out of that relatively unscathed.
That dude looks dead. I know he's not, but... Doctor, we can generate even bigger waves this way. Isn't it great? Can we loot his corpse? I mean, his body? Technically, he's not dead, so... Can we go up this? Hey, we can. Well, I'm gonna go this way first. Hello. A whirlpool is created when water currents collide. Try it when you're taking a bath. Yeah, I used to do that all the time as a kid. We got good waves going again today. From the island, it keeps the others away. Isolated is how we want to stay. Yeah, I used to do that all the time. Back when I was actually small enough to be able to take baths and wasn't 6'1", and now can't fit in a bath. We don't get to see too many kids here. Are you a child of one of our research people? We're responsible for keeping Citadark Isle ringed. There we go. My brain could not process that word. Ringed with vicious waves. Thanks to this place, it's not easy for ships to approach Citadark Isle. Cool, thanks for letting me know. I'm going to take your treasure now. Bye. Hey, 5 more Ultra Balls. Nice. We're about out of Great Balls, so it's going to be about time that we're going to start doing that. We researchers are honored and happy to serve Master Greevil. Our research funding is more generous, and it's incredibly fun to create giant waves. I'll give you that last part. That's fair. I'll give you that one. And before the meme of you get 3 wishes and they wish something really good, and the genie's like, you know what, that one's on me. You still got 3 wishes. I'm going to change into my white lab outfit, so don't come in. Promise me, okay? Alright, fine, I won't watch. I won't go a-peeping. The job of the research people is to conduct research, but that's not our job. To terrify people into the pits of despair through battling, that is our purpose. With that clear vision, we are not about to lose. Somebody tells me you're going to be losing. Also, if the whole point is, like, I get they're trying to obviously stop the higher-ups from getting interrupted by anybody that comes in, but, like, with the waves alone, hardly anybody can get here. In fact, Michael is the first person, theoretically, that's gotten in the way / gotten here. So that begs the obvious question. Why so much, like, why that much defense? Some, sure, but, like, that, there's a lot of trainers here. Maybe they were just threatened by the fact that, like, ONBS is obviously going to broadcast anything that they do, so they know that eventually somebody's going to show up. Which I guess is fair. Plus, if you've got the money to throw around like Greevil clearly does, then might as well have as much as you possibly can for that kind of thing. Oh, nice. That was actually a one-hit kill. I didn't think that was going to do enough damage. This one also, unfortunately, might not do enough. Nope, we're good. Okay, cool. I lost after talking big. How humiliating. Well, points for being aware that, like, you just got shut down after talking some mad trash. You will get slight points for that. It will not be much, but you will have a higher number than 0. We're right in the middle of putting the finishing touches on our Shadow Pokemon plan. We don't need your meddling. What, so you just watched me kick your friend's ass and just didn't bother to help? Nice job, Litnar. I do love how dumb these Ore names are. It feels like they honestly were just like, yeah, give me, like, 6 letters in any order you like. Electrode and Miss Drevis, huh? Don't feel like that's gonna do enough. We'll just go with the stab / never melt ice bonus of Aurora Beam. Which I think, other than Body Slam, is the strongest, just naturally in terms of damage. Barring whatever stats Walrein has. Claydol! Yeah, not quite enough, but that's alright. Take care of him pretty easily now. I thought for a second when I looked out of the corner of my eye that said that he flinched rather than he fainted. I'm like, wait, he survived that? How? I was very confused for a minute there. Wow, that Kangaskhan model is a thing. And it is also Shadow Pokemon. Don't get me wrong, I adore kangaroos, but that thing's weird looking, so yeah. I'm gonna bet there's probably a fair few people growing up that thought that that was a ground type, because man, it really looks like it should be. But nope. It's a normal type. Let's see. Paralyze you and get rid of you. I don't need that Claydol farting around. And I would be willing to bet that whatever is coming out next is probably also going to be a Shadow Pokemon. I don't think there's been any trainers in here that have had just one Shadow Pokemon. I think all of them thus far have had either 2 or 0. Yep, it is a Shadow Pokemon. Bayonet. Which I think this was available in Colosseum as well, or maybe its pre-evolution was. Well, no, that actually can't be right, because Bayonet's a Ghost type, and if you want a Ghost type in Pokemon Colosseum, I hope you like Misdreavus, because that's your only option, is Misdreavus. And this is before it can evolve into Mismagius, so I hope you really like Misdreavus. That's another thing I do have to knock the original game for, is like, I get options are limited, I've beat that drum enough, sure, but I wish, like, between all the types that you had at least 2 to pick from. So if one of them was just like, I wouldn't be caught dead using this, you at least have another option. Even if it's not great, you have something else to use. Zangoose obviously would not be a good choice here because it's going to be super effective or no effectiveness. So that's a clear no. Headbutt on Aggron wouldn't work on one of them. Oh man, this is... When in doubt, defense wins championships. They are both paralyzed, so we at least have that going for us. Well, no, that's normal. That's not gonna work. I think we're gonna be playing a slow and steady game on this one, boys. And girls. And anywhere in between. Gotta be politically correct these days. I say that, and at least in the days of whenever I did a lot of YouTube stuff, rather than just archiving my stuff on YouTube, I actually had at least if the demographics are to be believed, which, you know, take that with a grain of salt, because you can always say you're a different gender or age whenever you're making your YouTube account, but I had a pretty high amount of female watchers. It was almost 50-50, actually. It was about 40-60 in favor of the men, which makes at least the stereotypical sense of course, the guys were there, it was video game content, but 60-40 is not a bad split. Wait, hold on, what am I doing? Stop. Go back to the beginning. Pay attention to what you're doing. Capture that. Water gun bayonet. There we go. Jeez, at least if my computer's to be believed, it's 91 degrees outside. Which I guess can't be that shocking. It's Texas, and, you know, May is here, and at that point, because we're past May 1st, it means that summer is here. We only get, like, a week of spring. That's about it. Same thing for fall. We get a week, usually somewhere in October, and that's about it. Okay, that animation was pretty cute, though. Right there, Kangaskhan. The sad thing is, 91's actually not that bad for summer weather. At least not here. Let's give it another go with that. Second water gun. Alright, there's Kangaskhan. Bleh. Perfect. I pretty much can't ask for better than that. Especially since False Swipe wouldn't work on him anyway. Alright, let's use up that last Great Ball. From here on out, it is pretty much just going to be Ultra Balls. We still have the Master Ball, and we still do have a single Timer Ball. And I think there was a couple other things in there that I probably won't end up using. But the last one was used successfully, so that's a nice little plus. The Great Balls went out on a high note. You're seriously too much. Thanks, I'll take your money now, bye. Alright, before we go through that, I'm gonna... Well, no, because this is a pretty decent trek back. I think at this point we're safe to just continue on. I was gonna say I could go put stuff in store... Well... What else did I have on here? Oh, Luxury Ball, okay. Probably won't be using that. If I had used that on a Pokemon, I probably would have used it on Zangoose, but I like having all of my Pokeballs match, because I'm very, as much as it is not PC to say, I'm very OCD about it, of having all the Pokeballs look the same. I probably wouldn't have bothered to go all the way back here had I not lost Jolteon, but I don't want to use up our Revive right now, because that was one of the things I didn't buy more of that I probably should have bought more of. So I'm not going to feel too bad about doing this. Spell Tag. I believe that ups Ghost moves. Let me really quickly grab that off of him. For a minute I was going to say that's a thing that prevents Pokemon from switching, but that's Shadow Tag is what I'm thinking of. Make double sure here. Yep, Ghost type moves. Technically, I could put that on Mug for Shadow Punch, but I'm fine with not doing that. I think the Focus Band works just fine for him, personally. And now, if we come across another, as I would wager, set of Shadow Pokemon, since it will likely be 2 and not 1, I won't feel as bad about not getting them immediately to the Purification, because there's only 1 slot left in that section, so... TLDR, I will probably not be going back to that healing section unless, A, I've lost, like, over half of my team, and I haven't run into a healing section since, or B, we're just, like, going all the way back because I ran out of some item that I really desperately needed. But I think at this point we've mostly got, at least in my head, the green light to not worry about that. Alright, up we go again. Ah, I remember this room. Don W. with Sifet. Egan from Agate Village. I agree. Down with Cypher. Egan from Agate Village. Dear Delta, hello, this is my first email. No, it's your second email. I'm sorry that I sent an empty message by mistake. I also apologize for the misspellings. I'm embarrassed by these mistakes and what... The email text is cut off. Yep, he put in too many characters. Well, sometimes these things happen with old folks, you know. Oh good, some extra revives. I was just saying I should have bought more of those. Now I've got a couple more to work with. I think I've got 6 total now, including those. I have 5, okay, well. Yeah, definitely should have bought more, but hey. Okay, so that's where I need to go to get that. I don't think we can jump down that. Nope. That's just to help block. Yep, we'll have to go around to get that part. Where's the inevitable ambush? I'm expecting to see one by this point. No, still nothing, huh? Well, let's push another one into place. I'm presuming that would be the way to continue. Are you gonna get me on the way back, maybe? I'm kind of intentionally walking around to see if I hit markers of making them appear, just in case. Yeah, no, I'm just going to leave that chest there. I'm not even remotely interested about what could be in that thing. White herb, there are 2 of them. Probably won't be using those. I don't like using the bitter herbs, even if they ultimately don't affect anything in this case. There we are. You're hanging tough in this magma hot heat. I thought I was going to melt waiting. Yeah, props to you for having to hang on the ceiling while waiting for someone to come by. What you got for me, big guy? Houndoom and Ninetails. Well, of the 2, I believe the one that would have a better chance of surviving would be a Ninetails. From a non-super effective hit, anyway. Well, Houndoom did survive. Every time that I've used one or seen somebody use one, they just tend to not be very good defensively. Which I guess technically by comparison to Ninetails is true, because they took about the same damage and Ninetails got hit with a super effective move. Luckily that didn't really do all that much, so let's just repeat that. Bye, Ninetails. Never personally used one, but for some reason it just... I don't know. Ninetails just doesn't do it for me. Nor does Magmar, but we'll at least be catching this one, as it is a Shadow Pokemon. Deal with that Vileplume. If I had to guess, Vileplume seems to be like the most common Pokemon for the bad guys to have throughout any game. It seems to come up a lot. I know most of the time it tends to be poison types, because, you know, poison equal purple equal bad. There's a whole theory about why sometimes purple is good in games and sometimes it's bad, and a lot of the times the purple is good is because they're looking for a substitute for black, but in video games, black doesn't really show all that well. That's why Black Shadow is actually purple in his model in the F-Zero series. Is it just like purple, you can see the curves in the individual pixels or polygons or whatever a little bit better on something that's not solid black, so that's why they go with purple. Meanwhile, I will say, I do like this battle background. This is really cool looking. There's a stadium in Battle Revolution that looks a little bit like this. A little bit like this. Red's another one, yeah. Red can very much be like protagonist color or big bad color. And if blue is good, then almost assuredly red will be bad. It is almost a guarantee. Yeah, obviously I'm not going to use that right now. I want to keep the luxury ball for the heck of it. These might come in handy much, much later, but for right now, no. So, congratulations, Magmar. You are the first of many to deal with the onset of 75 Ultra Balls. Maybe it's because I've only been noticing out of the corner of my eye, but it seems like a lot of the Shadow Pokemon have been female. I guess this Pinsir's not, though. I know some of them aren't a, ouch. I know some of them aren't a 50-50 chance, though. Like, I'm pretty sure Kangaskhan is not a 50-50 split. I feel like we're at the point now that he's just down to one Shadow Pokemon if we can just kind of play defense here. Yeah, that ought to work. You have to wonder whenever Michael / Wes throws the snag ball like that. I think back to like all the games and technically the anime too. I think of having Pokemon School of like teaching how some stuff works before people become trainers, and most of the time in the game it's just information like, here are these status effects that can happen, and here's what they do. Be sure to memorize these because they'll be important. Which, yes, that is technically true. They will be important, but it's not stuff that you really need to go to school for. You could probably just read it in a book of like, here are the cliff notes of this one page of like, this is how it works, this is all you need, you're good. But you have to wonder if stuff like learning how to correctly throw a Pokeball, for example, would be one of the things they teach you how to do. Kind of like how in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime, one of the things that they teach very new trainers how to do is like correctly do the swiping motion for drawing a new card off the top of their deck, for example. What the heck? Oh, okay. That definitely threw me off with how that was shown. Okay, here we go. I was very confused there. I know we're gonna get ambushed at least once in here. Or maybe not. Oh, and I wasted my, my soda pop twice in a row. That said, I'm glad to see this healing machine. Wasted a revive too, but hey, now we don't have to go as far back next time, which is honestly a plus. And there is our PC. You look cute, but you're also brave and bold to come to a place like this. It would be a shame to beat someone like you, but this is a good chance to score some points with Master Greevil. Oh, so you're not gonna try to pull a Monica Lewinsky here, huh? If you don't know who that is, don't worry about it. That's an old people joke. Mighty Anna and Stantler. Or maybe you've had your history class actually teach you some interesting things about U.S. history. Either way, let's move swiftly on from that. Yes, we get it. Stantler and Mighty Anna have Intimidate. Thank you for letting us know. Man, I wish I had had Zangoose in the front. Even with Intimidate, Zangoose would have crushed them. We'll keep the attack split for now, I suppose. Now that we've got a heal machine right there, it's not too big a deal. Also, the upside of having his 2 out is because since I used Ice and Electricity, that double Intimidate did absolutely nothing. Giant waste of time. Oh, Zangoose! It's so cute! Now I feel bad because I'm going to have to kill it. The glass cannon himself, Sharpedo. Wow, your Zangoose must have not been as good as mine to get one-shotted by that. I know I'm like 10 levels higher, but still. My good girl would have just like taken that as a minor nick on the shoulder and just plowed right through it anyway. Well, at least she had like a decently diverse team type-wise. I'll give her that. She had like 2 normals, a dark, a water dark, and a grass. So I'll give her that. An attempt was made. Master Greevil better not have seen this. I doubt it. I imagine he had more important things to do with his time. No hold items for either of these. You can see how I wanted to get started on this, though, is like, this one's already gone down basically 2 bars out of 5, just in the time we've been dicking around in here since we first caught it. Every time I see that lava float, it reminds me of that one guy, I think in Pokemon Emerald, that like mentions that either his left or right ear is on fire, and that's the ear that's facing like a huge thing of lava. Alright, let's mix it up a little bit more here. See, the other nice thing about mixing it up, too, is you're just not seeing the same 2 Pokemon over and over. Everybody gets a little bit of screen time. Alright, up to the next floor. Another email from Egan. Dear Delta, I hope you're well. I wrote you a haiku poem. If Team Snag'em goons cause trouble in the desert, go and sandbag 'em. Don't think that last one's a word, but sure. Lots of treasures in here. Let's start Ooh, I don't know. Plenty of ways to go. We'll start with the left. You thought there was no one this way, didn't you? No? I didn't. Also, you dropped, like, dangerously close to me, dude. Like... If I'd been holding a knife, I would have accidentally given your nose hairs a wicked trim. Like, that's how close you were. Well, I think it's pretty safe to say we know which one is getting hit first. See you later, Forex weakness. Watch this not get a kill. Nope, we're good. That has never been a Pokemon I think I've ever run before, is Numel / Camerupt. Which is odd, because Gen 3, provided that you didn't pick Chorchick for your starter, you really don't get a lot of fire types in terms of what your options are. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember fighting as good or bad against poison. We'll use it on Weezing, and then even if it's not, it'll probably still be enough to kill him. Yeah, it's not. Okay. I made the right choice then. Rapidash is a Shadow Pokemon. Speaking of fire types, she's kind of got a mix of fire and poison, which you don't see too terribly often. Maybe from the bad guys, sure, but I don't think I've ever seen a trainer that ran dual typing and it was specifically fire and poison. If they're running something with fire, it's probably grass for Sunny Day Team. The only downside was that, like, I know how powerful it can be, especially whenever I ran it in a Ruby playthrough before, where it was decimating the Elite Four despite the fact it was like 10 to 15 levels lower than their team, and it was one-shotting their team, so I'm always like, I know how powerful this thing can be, I don't want to do too much damage and accidentally kill it. I mean, that is what they say, though. Like, if you want to understand the strengths and weaknesses of something, you should use it. So if there's ever one Pokemon you just really can't figure out how to, like, handle for whatever reason, try using it. Then you'll probably figure out what it's good and bad in. Like, yeah, I'm having an issue with, like, Fortress, for example, this playthrough, but it's just because I don't have a fire type on my team. If I had Flamethrower, it would be taken care of very quickly. It's nice having a defensive Pokemon, but that 4X weakness really hurts when it hits. Speaking of 4X weaknesses, here's my Cargo. How fitting that I just said, like, yeah, no, there's not a lot of fire-type options, and then there's one of the Gen 3 fire-type options. Was that a critical hit? I wasn't paying attention. It was a critical hit. Alright. Good thing I saved. I will say this thus far, for all of the, like, accidental kills, be they Shadow Pokemon or Pokemon at the Pokestops, I think the only things that have caused me to fail have been critical hits. I think that's it. I think the only other times that I've not caught a Shadow Pokemon was when I literally was not able to because I didn't have the snag machine. So, like, story-wise, that had to happen. I think every time that it has been within my realm of being able to catch it has been due to a critical hit. Not because, like, oh, it did more damage because I wasn't paying attention to how strong the move was or anything. It was just, nope, just random chance out of your control. Nothing you could have done about it. Except be more lucky. Yeah, I think we'll keep what we got here. Why not? Hi, I was so strong last time I accidentally killed something on your team that I didn't mean to. Miss Colest, or Mr. Colest. This guy doesn't have boobs, so... Unless you'd like me to call them all generic NPC instead of Mr. or Mrs. You never know in this day and age, I tell you. Yeah, by all means, fire it at Zangoose. Nope, they actually were smart about it. If they're trying to go for poison. They actually picked a target that could be poisoned. And for that, we will give them a tiny bit of credit. Alright, let's try this once again. Whether this kills or not, I'll probably be swapping out Zangoose here. Well, maybe I should swap out the wall. I don't know. It's probably better to swap out Zangoose, especially now that I've used Swords Dance. Like, it's just gonna one-shot anything it hits. Well, I guess we could leave it out for a turn. I've got an idea. Provided that Body Slam doesn't decide to get an unnecessary critical again. Can at least get rid of you first. I have to wonder at some point in development if they were going to have Jovi be the Rui of this game. Like, she was going to follow you around, and she could also sense when there was a shadow Pokemon. And then I think about how annoying that would be, and I'm glad that they just had, like, a little piece of the gear that's like, yo, that's a shadow Pokemon. Also another critical hit there. Swap in Jolteon, and just for the heck of it, let's see if we can get it. Make my job a little bit easier. Note that while it's not going at like a crazy pace yet, they are increasing in level. They were starting about level 33 when we came in here, and now they're about level 40. We haven't quite hit the giant level jump that I'm referring to yet, but we will get there. Alright, Thunder Wave and Water Gun's gonna be too strong, obviously. We'll go with Body Slam. I feel like Body Slam overall is gonna be a non-critical hit Body Slam, rather, will be good enough. Let's see how much this does. Oh, that was like peanuts. That did nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Derp, derp, derp. I sincerely doubt this is going to work, but I don't want to hit it with technically 3 attacks in the same turn since double kick. Yeah, didn't think so. Alright, let's see how double kick does. Yeah, that's not bad. Not gonna be doing it again, but not bad. Nope, don't want to do that. I think I've already shown this, but for the record, the snapping machine is charging after use. It can't be used again right away, so no, you can't throw just two in the same turn. Pretty sure I've already shown that, but on the off chance that I didn't, or you forgot, be watching it live or watching it in the playlist, either way. I do have to wonder if this was about the point in the original playlist. I didn't bother to check it. I remember, because it happens every now and again, and it was definitely back when I wasn't as good at archiving as I am now, of just every once in a blue moon, it would, like, throw some weird message error of, like, this, it basically saying, like, yeah, this particular video, for whatever reason, cannot be exported. Like, it just straight up wouldn't do it. It wasn't, like, on the YouTube's end of, like, oh, it's a copyright claim, nothing like that. It was very bizarre. And every now and again it would just do that, so I would wonder if that was what it was when last I did that, of just having that issue. But it does make me wonder if we were about at this area, like where we were specifically. Throwing everything at you with no restraint. I can't take this brutal heat anymore. Okay, then leave. I can't take this heat, so I'm going to take it out on you. Alternatively, you could just go into the building over there that's got the AC and not do that. Nope. That'd be too hard. Also, that's a bit unfortunate that I just swapped out Zangoose when I could have used Brick Break on that CAC turn, but oh well. No big deal. Gardevoir hadn't really gotten a chance since the start of this video to do anything, so we'll have some fun watching it one-shot everything with Psychic that it can. It's probably going to result in a one-shot as well. With the critical hit, yeah, definitely is going to result in a one-shot, jeez. Critical hit, super effective, same type attack bonus, never melt ice, yeah, I think that's enough damage. That was less getting defeated and more getting liquefied. I don't really have anything that works on Mantine in this particular moveset. So we'll just go for the double attack on Torkoal and see what happens. I guess I do technically have Shockwave, but eh. Mantine is one of those that typically I have to hit it twice to knock it out regardless. Oh, sent out a Banana Beard. I should have gone with an ice move. Oh well. We know who's targeting who for this next round. Plus now one of her Pokemon actually gets to do something, so it'll get to be happy with itself. And really, that's the true victory. Alright, Shockwave Mantine, Aurora Beam Tropius, i.e. Mr. Banana Beard. There goes one. With its demon experience points. And there goes two. With its 4x weakness to ice. Pretty sure it's grass flying. It's weird, for as defensive as an ice type should be, it felt like in the early gens it was a lot more effective on Ice and ground were the two of like, when in doubt, use either ice or ground, because it will probably be super effective on whatever you're trying to attack. Need to take out a flying? Go with ice. Need to take out a dragon? Go with ice. Full restore, 2 of them. What's behind door number 1? That looks like the way to go. So let's not do that. How fitting that this was the seemingly easy path, quote unquote, because there were no trainers here. So they put trainers there to be like, haha, you thought this would be the easy path, and then it turns out it was, in fact, the path that you had to take. Hi, thanks for just, like, letting me take those. Oh, sorry, this is a dead end. Yeah, I have optical receptors, otherwise known as eyes. Thanks. Why didn't you try and stop me? Exactly. I know, theoretically, because it's the dead end, but you think she would have stopped you from taking what was in the chest. But nope. Guess not. Alright, so what do we got? Beautifly and... was it Dustox or Masquerade? It was Dustox. Understandable. Have a nice day. Watch her end up having just a bunch of, like, flying bugs. Beedrill. Nope, Sunflora. Oh well. That would have been kind of a interesting theme, albeit not very strong. I think it was specifically today, this is May 6, 2023, for anybody watching this in archive, that Chugga Conroy just put up one of his Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 videos, and he did the bug gym, was talking about bug type, and he said that bug flying is like one of the worst dual typings you could give to a bug. Of all the things you could give it, you gave it flying, like, really? And a lot of early bugs do, unfortunately, end up with that at some point in their evolution line. Oh, Illumise actually survived that. It used Wish. Something tells me that its Wish won't be coming true in time. Call it a hunch. A very, very strong hunch. Oh, and would you look at that? I mean, maybe its wish was for the battle to end, so... if that was the case, congratulations on your wish coming true. Oh, please don't be so angry that this is a dead end. It's not your fault, jeez. I said you were stupid, not mean. Hello. You're going this way? I don't think that's a wise decision, because you have to beat me to go this way. Also because it's ultimately not the right way to go, I'm aware. Maybe it'll lead to another healing machine in PC, I don't know. Fortress! We were just talking about you earlier. Ah, what I wouldn't give to have my Typhlosion from Colosseum right now. I don't think any of those moves that Aggron has are going to really work against Fortress, but oh well. Wobbuffet. Okay, well in that case we could just leave that on the field and not touch it for a while. Teamed up with another Pokemon, that would have been a good combination with Fortress or Wobbuffet with another Pokemon. But together, not so much, because now I can just focus on taking out Fortress and nothing else. Wobbuffet is not the worst Pokemon in the world, but with these trainers only using Counter and Mirror Coat, it makes it very, very easy to just not touch them and leave them on the field. And essentially make it a 2v1. Oh, something different. Safeguard. Very nice. Methinks that probably won't matter. And there goes another one. Next. Skarmory. One that I've always meant to use, but just never got around to. Alright, now with no other options left. And it died in one hit anyway. Well, sometimes these things happen. No way! Now I'm gonna have to give you money. Not a lot, though. Oh well. Please, oh, go right through. Or whatever he said. Go right through. I know they didn't have any Pokemon, nor are they too terribly tough, but just so we've got it taken care of for good. Found a PP up. Well, that's nice. This just loops out back the other way. Whoa, you're making a huge mistake if you think you can get past me without an incident. What, are you gonna, like, try and break my fingers or something? Mr. Q-Lig. Mr. Keurig. Oh, that was an unfortunate choice to put out in front of somebody with Shockwave. Bye, Pelipper. You will be missed. I have run one of those before, and as a result know to keep them very, very far away from electricity. Not who I would have targeted, but okay, you do you. Maybe one of these two will actually have some Shadow Pokemon. I gotta wager one of them, at least, surely would. And if they do, now's gonna be the time to show it. Octillery, huh? Nope, not a Shadow Pokemon. How about your last one? Quillfish? No. I don't think so. I know that was an available one in Coliseum, but pretty sure it's not what we're looking for here. Ouch. And that is another trainer down. Guess he's gonna have to go brew himself some coffee. Or take a nap. Either one works. Other ends of the spectrum, either get more caffeine to keep yourself awake or go to bed to get energy. Either one. Whatever works. That was not who I was targeting, but you know what? I'm okay with healing my Zangoose. She does deserve all the love in the world, so it's perfectly fine. Hello. I know what you're after, so I'm not gonna let you pass. Yeah, it's that treasure, because this is not the way to go forward, so... Bring on, Jargo. Of course, technically I'm also after your Shadow Pokemon if you have any of those, so... I guess those do take precedence. He's got a full team here. That is something I've noticed is, like, these guys have near full teams, like 4, 5, 6, rather than the typical of usually 3, sometimes 4, sometimes only 2. So not only are there a bunch of trainers here, there are, like, a lot of trainers with full or near full teams. And that takedown is always doing, like, just barely not enough. Also, I was thinking about going back to use the heal machine, and yeah, I think I'm going to do that because I'm running out of PP for the ones I'm keeping out in the front. It's not going to be the be-all, end-all for this fight or anything, but still. Alright, I think if he's got any Shadow Pokemon, now will be the time that we will see them. Gold, well, we know it's not that because we caught one of those earlier in this area. So perhaps he does not. Never remember what works well against Relicanth, other than grass, since it's rock and water. But I don't got no grass Pokemon, so that is not gonna work. Or not be an option, rather. Speaking of needing grass, that would have worked really well here. I'm actually going to do something a little out of the norm and go and do that. Yeah, so I guess it was only the left path, huh, that had Shadow Pokemon in this area. Those trainers did, and nobody else did. Some of them you didn't even have to fight, which is kind of weird. That Gardevoir is going to be the first one to hit level 50. Which also means, I guess, it's not that big a deal that I'm not going to... Or that I don't need to go back and heal, since I'm out of PP for Psychic, but she's not going to be in the front now. He's not going to be in the front now, anyway. 1 elixir. Thanks, I guess. We'll put Zangoose back in the front. I keep going back and forth. I think I am ultimately going to go back and heal because I'm pretty sure, even with those guards there, I think the next big bad, I think Snaddle is going to pop up at this point. Or whoever the second one was. I know Snaddle is one of them, Gorgon is one of them, and then there's probably another one that I'm not remembering. It's not that far of a trip back anyway. The These are all full. Just make sure I keep the purified ones at the back, hopefully, a little bit more effectively. Look at all those pretty colors. And if I have to move these guys over, then I will. Imagine if he left every one of these areas every time, like just the individual spots, they all respawned. Ugh. That'd be a headache. Alright. Hello, dumbasses.
My name is Carbon. My name is Petro. Together we bring the power double explosion attack.
So you're gonna use explosion / self-destruct. Got it. I get the actual joke. Carbon with a C, not a K. Yeah, I got it. Well, Golem could potentially know that. I think, pretty sure self-destruct explosion is, I wouldn't say can be learned by everything, but can be learned by more than the typical answers of if it is ball-shaped, it probably knows it. Regardless, let's just prevent that from happening. Ah, I survived. Nope, just gonna throw some rocks at me. Sorry, it just, like, crossed my mind of, like, since I mentioned it earlier, of getting my Gardevoir's gender wrong, of, like, looking at my side of the field, it's like, those are two Pokemon you would typically think are both male, and not only is one of them not, both of them are not. Xatu. In fact, as the field was right then, I think, were all of them female, or is that Metacham male? Yeah. The one that looks the most feminine is the only one of the four that was not. How fitting. Appearances can be deceiving. Except for that guy. That guy's a boxer, for sure. He's also a Shadow Pokemon! Good old Chan. Alright, in the meanwhile... That's not... Just throw it out, just immediately send an Ultra Ball just straight at him, it's fine. Bye, Xatu. I wish you were better than you actually are. Shadow down, huh? Oh, right, that's the evasion one. That's fine. Use that as much as you like. Yeah, now that I think about it, this is the first guy that's only had one Shadow Pokemon, and I have a pretty high feeling that if Hitmonchan is this guy's Shadow Pokemon, and he's teamed up with a guy that's going to double attack, I think it's a fair guess that Hitmonlee will be the other guy's single Shadow Pokemon. Oh, nice. Okay. Got it at full health. How fitting as Hitmonchan is the one of the two that I like less. I actually prefer Hitmonlee. Which is weird because I watched more Jackie Chan growing up than I did Bruce Lee. I watched a lot of Jackie Chan growing up. Not just adventures, like actual movies too. My mom and I watched them all the time. Maybe I'll see if she wants to do that sometime. We haven't watched one in a hot minute. Grumpig and Skarmory. That's gonna do neutral damage. You know what? Swords Dance. I'll just work on the Grumpig for a little bit. Having longer battles like this actually gives me incentive to use Swords Dance, because, like, normally if they had 2 or 3, using Swords Dance probably wouldn't be that fruitful. You'd be better off just attacking. About the only real difference it would make in the long run otherwise would be saving the PP on either Crush Claw or Brick Break, depending on which was being used. Because it would be definitely one-shotting everything if it was using Swords Dance 3 times in a row. Heck, even twice in a row would probably be enough. Matang. Everyone's favorite orange drink. Man, I have not had Tang in like a hot minute either. Nice. See you later, Matang. You strange little middle evolution, you. Oh yeah, I guess he could have Tyrogue. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, he totally could. I guess technically he could also have Hitmon top as well, but probably won't. Fury attack. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I saw the critical hit and figured it was still going to go for 5 anyway. Speaking of critical hits, bye Hariyama. No, there it is. There's Hitmonlee. That man is ready. Ready to be identified as a shadow Pokemon. Well, first let's get your little friend out of here. There you go, Hitmonlee. Now you have my full attention. Since I don't normally get to use it, let's go ahead and use Detect. Well, it kind of worked. It was one of those that targeted both, but... Well, that will make my job a little bit easier. I'm willing to bet had Hitmonchan actually been given the chance to do more, it probably had Shadow Half as well. Hitmonlee is going to be the one that's... Oh, he's got Limber. He's also got a Recharge. Look at you with the moves. Outthinking my usual, the only thing this won't work on is ground types. He a feisty boy. But it failed, probably because it didn't use any attacks. Oh no, it just actually failed. I mean, by all means, keep using it, because it's just going to make it easier and easier for us to catch it. I know it's kind of a waste with him using Shadow Half over and over, but on the off chance that we get ambushed by one of the bigger ups directly after this fight ends. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's not impossible either. Crazier things have happened. That was weird. It was looking like part of his shoulder was missing there. I think it was just the angle of what it looked like there. It was really weird, though. Hey, there we go. Very nice. Alright, Petro, get out of here. Off to the gas station with you. Anybody else, or they just, yeah, left it as is? Let's take a look here. Yeah, Zangus is a little worse for wear. But I will always take care of Best Girl. I could have sworn I saw like a little thing flashing on the ground here, but I guess not. Alright, up another floor we go. Are we out of the lava-based areas yet? Oh, it looks like we are. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. I don't know which way we want to go first. I guess we'll go left. I feel like this is the way to go. I'm gonna very quickly have another look around. Because I'm willing to bet one of these two is probably going to lead us back to the elevator that we can take as a shortcut to go back to the very beginning. Hello? Where are we going? Oh, that's where this goes. I see. Hello? Thank you. Oh, all for 2 max potions. Can I just jump into the lava and disdain for having to go all this way for max potions? This would be a great spot for Jovi's hide and seek. She'd never find us there. All because the camera would never move. Alright, so there's no way to get over there yet, so that shortcut back will have to wait a little bit longer, I would wager. Just I'm not derping around over there anymore. You called for me, and so I appeared. Oh wait, that's genocide, Jill. Never mind. Gorgeously, I make my entrance. With flowing elegance, I battle. Well, I would expect you to have a Sylveon with an intro like that, but Sylveon didn't exist at this point in time, so... Instead, we've got Yanma and Roselia. I don't know why that reminded me of Yankee and Bidon from Final Fantasy X, but it did. Type-wise, we don't really have any advantages or disadvantages here. But thankfully, we are still about 12 levels higher. Atta girl. Oh, now we've got a type advantage. Which I guess in Zangoose' defense, there's only one move that's going to actually have type advantage, which is the fighting move. Since two of them aren't damaging moves, and one of them is normal, which doesn't have any super effectiveness. And yet, she's still crazy strong. No Shadow Pokemon on this one. I will say, I definitely remember, and maybe it was, I don't know, maybe it was watching Chugga Conroy? I haven't watched his XD playthrough in a long time. So maybe I'm thinking of him having an issue, but I also remember having a little bit of an issue going through this area the first time, and I'm definitely finding this way easier now. I don't know if that's because I'm actually the level that I need to be, or because I'm going back to heal when I need to, or I'm saving frequently, and ultimately it's probably some combination of all three of those things. But it's good that that's the case, because much like a wise Ultimate Tennis Pro once said, we've still got a long way to go. You paralyzed my Zangoose. What do you think you're doing? Don't be a butthead. You know that headbutt had to hurt because he got those giant horns on his helmet right there. And also, she grew to level 50. Look at that defense. Oh, that's beautiful. Trying to learn Metal Sound. Emits a horrible screech that sharply lowers special defense. That's not a bad move, but I think I'm going to pass on that. I think in a game where you're catching opponents' Pokemon, lowering their defensive stats actually might not be a great idea. Then you might do a little too much damage. But of course, that is only one person's opinion. Oh, we need to actually start leveling up Muck. I didn't realize it was that far behind. My mistake. I know saving after every time I rotate through Pokemon like that is a pain, but if I make a mistake, then you're going to have to watch me do it twice, so... You know we're getting ambushed on the way back from picking up this chest. 3 rare candies! Yep, there it is. Did I startle you? I did spook you, didn't I? I should do that to you in battle, too. Please don't spam Fake Out. Please don't do it, Mr. Gromlet. Oh no, he is, isn't he? The actual scariest thing a ghost Pokemon can do. Waste your time. That freaking face is always so funny. I feel like if Stitch from Lilo and Stitch were ever a Pokemon, at least in terms of like how it acts and moves around in combat, it'd be a Sableye. For level 40, I was expecting you to do a little bit more damage than that, but... oh well. Crobat. Man, those teeth. Dude, like, invest in a dental plan and some toothpaste. I don't like those wiggling fingers. Don't like that. Oh, that didn't quite eliminate him. I guess to be fair, he's actually a pretty close level to mine, 44. Like I said, once we hit that jump, like I'll know that I need to start using up some of those TMs. When the day comes, we will in fact know. I know that's not going to be very effective, but he's pretty much in the red anyway, so it's fine. Those freaking eyes right there after you like fire the attack. Ugh. Get out of here. Creepy thing. That was more creepy than either the ghost Pokemon you had. Oh, that was Water Spout. I thought it was Water Sport. I'm like, I thought Water Sport was supposed to just, like, weaken fire moves. That is correct. It was a different move he used. Get out of here, Wailord. What do you think you're doing? Stick your tongue out. You're so much stronger than I expected. You've put the fear in me. So much that I'll give you my money. Well, I appreciate that. How much money have we picked up? We spent most of it and back up to almost 50,000 here. Alright, after that little side mission, where are we headed? We're headed to Max. PP Max. And yeah, as you can see, there's the shortcut with the elevator right there, so it's, again, still a ways to go. This is why I recommended you stock up on Ultra Balls. I'm going to ride this once again just to make sure I'm not missing any elevator shenanigans here. I don't think I am, though. No, because that one was from earlier. Okay. Is there a big bad? No, not yet. Alright, up we go again. I'll say for as big as Citadark Isle is, I love how it looks. All these little different areas. I hope you're well. I've been keeping well too. I have a message from my partner. Biga biga. From the both of us, we hope for your success. Wise words to live by. Biga biga. I know it's supposed to be biga, but we'll just go with biga. It's just an alternate way to say bigger. Oh, because the thing's over there, duh. So we can manage to grab everything around here. 3 timer balls. Again, if I end up using those, it's probably going to be in one of the final battles of something where it's genuinely taking quite a long time turn-wise. We need to get to that orange one, but I'm not sure how we can, because the only way to reach there is by the orange crane, and the orange crane isn't where we can reach it. So I'm not quite sure what to do there. What happens if we take the purple one back? Like, if we just navigate this as we should normally, what happens? It looks like the purple one's just a shortcut back, but... I could be wrong. Maybe I'll get surprised. Makes sense, considering how many things just jump out at you randomly. And before that happens right here. Let's give it a try. See what happens. Is it just a shortcut back, or is there a way to grab that item? Just a shortcut back, huh? I did see a light blue one as well, though, and there was seemingly no way to reach the other one from where it was. So maybe that's just something we come back... Hello, thank you. I'm gonna take one look back there and make sure I didn't just... my fingers were nowhere near the start button, but thanks. I did see like a teal/light blue one, I think. Yeah, right here, but there's... I can see the other one of it, but there's no way to get to that right now, so... My guess is probably we get lowered down from higher up after taking that elevator to get to the other ones. That's going to be my guess. So for now, I will leave those be. And assume that I do not yet currently have the technology. Let's stick with what we have. And again, after some shenanigans, might as well save so we don't have to do it again. I thought for sure one of the big bads is going to come through that elevator and try to stop us. Yeah, that's right, because you have this area where you can fall through the floors. Speaking of falling, hi. Roar. Ah? Watch your head. Keep an eye on the ground, too. I'll get right on that, Mr. Gefthole. Some electricity-based ones, eh? Well, this is going to be a bit of a pain. I could use Shadow Punch on Magneton, but since my strong attack with Sludge Bomb's not going to work on it, I figure I'll just try to damage it / flinch it as much as I can while I take care of Lantern. And see if he does or does not have a Shadow Pokemon. Lickitung. That could be a Shadow Pokemon. Yes, it is! Alright then, it looks like our strategy will be changing up a little bit here. Well, I guess we'll find out how Shadow Punch does on a Magneton. Yeah, not very good. I didn't think it would be. Steel's pretty good defensively. Alright, go ahead and get rid of that for me. And that's a normal type, so Shadow Punch isn't going to work. But I also fear that Sludge Bomb with same type attack bonus might be a little bit more than that Lickitung can handle. So, as a result... I do wonder if it would be able to handle a double kick or not, but I'm leaning towards no. You know what? I'm curious. Let's give it a try. And because I want to make sure it actually goes through... Yeah, that works. Won't be doing it again, but that works. Jeez, I didn't know that Lickitung was so acrobatic. More like acrophatic. Yes, that is an actual thing. Check TV tropes if you don't believe me. It's basically somebody that looks kind of big, like they wouldn't be able to do acrobatic stuff, and then it turns out they actually can. Nice. That didn't go too terribly poorly. Whoops, you swept me right off the... Well, I guess unless you're this guy, in which case it went very poorly. Alright, now that that dumbass is taken care of... Couple max ethers. Now, I don't remember what's where, so I'm gonna be honest, we're probably gonna be falling through most, if not all, of these. Okay, so it doesn't look like any of the current ones are gonna get us anywhere. We do need to get to that orange one, but that's kind of like close to the top right, and we're gonna have to be further south to get to the teal-looking one. So it would appear nothing on the left is going to be of any use. The good news is, after you fall through the different areas, as you will see here, they remain grayed out. So you'll know, oh hey, don't go down that area again. This could be the correct one. Let's find out. No. Actually, it's not. If I'd fallen through the other part of that, would I have maybe landed on the left? That looked to be about as close as I could have gotten, but maybe it had been that other one that was in the top right of the first area. Maybe that was the correct one. Curse my desire for treasure. I would make a very good and also a very bad pirate as a result. The good news is I want the treasure. The bad news is I want all of the treasure. Now let's try that back one. Let's see what happens. Whee! Hey, there we go. One max revive. That is probably actually worth your time to pick up, since that's a pretty good item. And that is not one you can find in stores. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little surprised that the like very first ones that we put into the purification thing, and that a little notification has not popped up saying that something is ready to be purified yet. I kind of figured we would have seen one by now, based on the previous rate, but I imagine they're probably getting pretty close. Probably down to like the final bar on those very first ones. Four full heals. Not bad. What do we got here? The other treasure, which is 2 revives. Yeah, that's not bad either. I'll take 2 revives. There, anything here? Battle CD? Nope. Okay. If anybody watching knows for sure, if there's any battle CDs that I can potentially miss outright, do let me know. If it's something I can go back for later, it's not the end of the world. I can just pull up a guide and grab everything I'm missing. But if it is something that I can outright miss, do let me know. I already feel bad enough that I missed out on that amulet coin. Thanks. Before we continue, just so we don't see the shenanigans again, let's go ahead and save. People that have only watched this stream of XD are like, man, this guy saves a lot. Normally I don't save this often. Kiye, you're never getting by me. I'll be yelled at if I don't stop you. So you're going to yell as a result, huh? Leaden or Leiden. Well, right now she's leading with a couple normal types, Stantler and X-Cloud. You're lucky I didn't have Zangoose in the front. But let's see what we can do. Blah. Ah, good old Hyper Beam. Still wasn't enough though. Now you gotta recharge. Which is a nicey nice way of saying you're dead. Man, that pose for Scyther, though, he's way down there. He's also Shadow Pokemon, so we're going to be catching that buggo. I always love X-Splat's face whenever it faints. It just looks so funny. Alright, what else do you got? Chansey. I know there's a Shadow Chansey, so this is probably it right here. Bingo! Alright, Jolteon, Paralyzed Scyther, and I am definitely going to be using a Hyper Potion to keep you alive. Any trainer that had an ounce of common sense, which I realize I'm setting them up for failure by setting this, would be like, that Pokemon is in single-digit health, they need to go now. Well, the first one didn't do any damaging moves. Is Chansey going to do any damaging moves? I know they can adjust their strategy based on what you do with items, but still. Shadow Hold, yep, so provided they wouldn't have changed their strategy, they could have had Jolteon at single-digit health and would not have killed it. Interesting choice. Alright, let's paralyze the other one. Chansey won't be able to take damage from Shadow Punch, but Scyther can. This one up because I don't want to make the wrong choice. And special defense, okay, good to know. Because I knew Chansey was pretty good in either defense or special defense and was really bad in the other one. And I couldn't remember which was which. It's defense that it's really bad in. It could potentially be at level 100 with 13 defense. That's just sad. According to Bulbapedia, anyway. That's if, like, its IVs are bad, its nature is bad, but, like, still, that's insane. Alright, let's see. So, if it's special defense, it's probably okay to get hit by a Sludge Bomb. Of course, I could also hit with Thunder Shock, too. We'll see how this goes. These are always like the weirdest ones to capture, where one of their stats defensively is really high and the other one is just garbage. Because if you use the one that they're garbage in, it's probably going to kill them. So you're forced to hit them with the one that they're strong against, and as a result, they don't take a lot of damage per hit. Derp. We might be getting to the point where we can start going after Scyther here after this hit. We'll see if he goes into yellow. Yep, alright. Sorry, if she goes into yellow. It's just so, like, why is Scyther so low to the ground in its default animation? Like, if it can lean that far back as it can forward, it would be a phenomenal limbo player. Alright, let's start catching. Or attempting to, rather. There's one. Once he's in yellow, so now it's time to start going after her. Very down for that rave. I feel like Chansey would be fun to have at a rave. I support this decision. Yeah, I do remember Chansey not having a phenomenal catch rate. I remember the Safari Zone. Chansey, Pinsir, what was the other one? Heracross, I think, was the other one that was like crazy. Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan was another one that was not easy to catch. Which part of it is just the fact that they're Safari balls. I feel like that's honestly most of the problem is those, but what do I know? There we go, Chansey was caught. Another 2 added to the repertoire. God, what happened? You lost. And I took 2 of your teammates. Goodbye. I don't know what my team doing. Muck's pretty low on health, so probably need to heal him up. And in true tradition, there's probably going to be a health station right after, now that I just did that. Well, there's an elevator. Yep, sure enough. I think we might have to do one more battle here before we can get to the, yeah, because there's the shortcut back down to the bottom, but we do have to earn that. Man, look at this dumbass walking out here with his stupid hat. Whoa, so we meet again. My plan was perfect. No, it wasn't, because it didn't work. The only problems were that utterly useless Lovrina and Gorian, and you. Oh, so it was perfect other than that one thing, and then the other thing, and then also that third thing. Got it. You spoiled the brilliant plan I had devised for Phoenix City. And thanks to that terrible hard-nosed woman, what? I suffered the humiliation of having my worst moment broadcast all over Ori. Oh, when we got to see how you run? Yeah. To gain Master Greevil's forgiveness, and for me to assume my rightful position as Governor of Ori, I must defeat you. This time I won't be shy about revealing to you the full extent of my power. Thank you, Andros? Either way, the dumbass himself, Snaddle, with his weird-looking teeth. Sent out Matang and Quagsire. What a weirdo. Alright, boys, have at 'em. I can actually say boys, because I actually do have 2 males out in front this time. Oh, that's right, too. I forgot about that. Chansey also liked to run. I might show off a full Kanto Pokedex for Fire Red, too, once I'm done training up everything, and Icarus and I trade everything over. I might, like, start a file in there so I can trade over... Because I can trade her starter and then breed it, and then I can also trade the final starter that neither of us picked, which was Bulbasaur, over. And by doing that, I could finish up the rest of the decks. There's a couple other things I'm missing, I think, from specifically Leaf Green, since Fire Red was the one that I had, but I'm not 100% sure about that. I'd have to look. I know most of the decks is done. I think I did everything in the decks that I could without trading things over. So I'm in, like, the 140s for the dex entries. But just showing off the diploma, but I'm not going to be doing that for every single gen. That will not be happening. That would take way too long. I'm going to have to bring Jolteon back once he starts sending out Shadow Pokemon here, but for the time being, I should have been paying attention to what Pokemon he had out. Well, we're going to go with Zangoose, because she's adorable, A, and B, you can never go wrong with Zangoose. Scizor. Yeah, that's actually not a bad choice, because that's part steel. I thought Scizor was one of the ones he had as a Shadow Pokemon, I guess not. Solrock. That might be one of his Shadow Pokemon, is it? Disappointing. I was looking forward to brick breaking that. We'll see how it goes, I guess, here. I know that's not going to get a kill, but I can't use Sludge Bomb on it because it's part steel, and I do want to do damage to that Solrock. And for some reason, I'm also feeling like Shadow Bomb, or the Shadow Punch wouldn't do enough damage. Oh, he went for Mug. Okay, he actually like left Zangoose alone. That's kind of surprising. Well, in that case, bye, Scizor. Casper, please don't tell me that's one of the Shadow Pokemon. Okay, good. I was like, man, trying to attack that without killing it one hit's gonna be really hard. That thing is frail. Ooh, that was close. Let's not do that again. Oh, crap. Well, we've got one turn now to catch it. I don't think Poison will kill it this turn, but it will absolutely be killed next turn by it. Yeah, we're getting exactly one shot at this and not any more. Really, it doesn't matter who we send out here, because I think this is going to be a fight we're going to have to redo. But for sake of posterity... Solrock, if there's any time to cooperate with me, now would be it. Now would be the time. I knew Poison might come up, but I didn't expect Poison and a critical hit in the same turn. Okay, we're good. Crisis has been averted. Albeit temporarily. Oh, no. That's gonna be a Shadow Pokemon, isn't it? Yep, Starmie. This thing was the man back in the day. Could learn a very strong moveset. Also by cast form. As expected, you did not last very long. Well, no one's too terribly surprised by that anyway. So is he down to just his Starmie? Is that it? Yes, nothing else. Okay. Ooh, what to do here? I'm gonna play it safe for now and see exactly how much this is. I know it's not gonna be very effective, but still. Reservoir's got a high special attack. Shockwave would be foolish at this point. That would basically be a death sentence to Starmie. Kind of okay with taking my time here now that the Soul Rock panic has faded. Oops, that's not what I want. On the sole guise of letting Muck continue to keep the experience, which I don't remember if you get experience after catching a shadow or not, we'll switch into something else. That's one of the changes I do think was made for the better in later gens. It's still getting experience when you catch a Pokemon, rather than it being like, well, you caught it, good job. That's harder to do than making it faint, because you have to be more careful. No experience for that, though. Yep. Alright. Confusion again. And though I don't think this first one's gonna work, it's time to start prepping. I could revive Jolteon and paralyze it, but I don't want to do that unless I, like, absolutely have to. And I didn't have to, so we're good. Starmie was got. Get pooped on, Snaddle. You and your dumb hat. And then he does a dab. Yep. What a loser. What a nerd. At least we could see him run away again. Huh. My plan, my perfect plan. Master Greevil, forgive me. I see one of those two brothers up there, but as mentioned, we now have the shortcut to get all the way back, so should you need to come back... Oh, there's an enemy here. Hi. You're leaving already? But not before I show you my brand of hospitality. Man, I hope I don't get the plague again from Cleef. Oh gosh, this is gonna be a defensive wall to get through. Shuckle and Blissey. Yeesh. This is gonna be a thing. And Muck's got 1 health. Well, I'm gonna assume that Blissey's probably still got nothing for defense in terms of base stats. But there's no PP left for Sludge Bomb. Fantastic. Alright. I think we're just gonna have to let Muck take the L on that one then. I've still got Aggron, so I know I've got something that's good with physical offense. Yep, that's probably all she wrote for Muck. Yep. I guess we could throw out one. Nah. In this particular instance, Walrein has Body Slam, I guess, but that's about it. Yep, thanks. Good show, that animation. Appreciate it. Alright, let's... No need to go for anything fancy here. Get your giant defensive wall out of here. I think we already had a Shadow Wheezing. Yep. Don't need to worry about it. Cool. Your high HP pool can't save you from the fact you have no defense whatsoever. Speaking of things that can't save you, bye Wheezing. The baddie's having lots of poison types, I feel, is one of the reasons that psychic types are so beloved. Right, now that that guy's gone, now that you have the shortcut back to the beginning, A, you have the ability to do this, thankfully. And B, if you need to leave, heal, train, buy more Pokeballs, whatever, you've got the opportunity to do so. I will probably do that at some point, but I'm okay. Not great, but okay on healing items right now, and I'm still good on Ultra Balls for the time being. Yeah, we're about to see some of these. I'm surprised that has not been ready to go. I might just spin around in circles here for like 5 seconds and let that one pop up with the message that it's ready to go. Michael's just psyching himself up for the battle. He knows it's gonna get rough from here on out. Alright, there we go. Yeah, we caught a lot of Shadow Pokemon. This is why I wanted to get that purification process started sooner rather than later. In fact, even if we beat somebody and then it goes off, I'll probably be coming back to that PC to go and swap them out again. It's nice to be able to just go straight up to this point right here and not have to deal with that. Alright. It's probably best at this point now with us coming up on like the brothers and whatnot that we're starting a little bit more defensively here. And very quickly, I am going to take a bathroom break, and then we'll get started on fighting Mr. Blue Shirt there, or Blue Robe, more like. So I will be back in about a minute or two.
Alright, we are back. Let's go see what we got. Hello, Mr. Blue Vest Shirt Robe Boy. God, that smile, though. Ugh. It's been a while, boy. Do you remember me? Do you recall this? I helped you in Gation Port. There's no need for thanks. I was merely punishing a fool that used a shadow Pokemon in public. At the time, we didn't want the world to know what we, Cypher, were planning. Back then, I thought you were just an ordinary child. Little did I suspect that you would become Cypher's biggest and most damaging threat. That's enough talk. You have the skills and wherewithal to reach Citadark Isle. Let me see your abilities in full glory. Nah. Swallow and Alakazam is what he is opening with. He went with offense, I went with defense. And Swallow is a shadow Pokemon. Let's see, to begin, let's get rid of that. And, I mean, it's the first round. We can see how Sludge Bomb will do. Oh, well, Swallow just killed itself, didn't it? Now everybody's going to take half damage, and Swallow's going to die. You did it! We're so proud of you. Well, just out of curiosity, let's see how it goes. I assume both of them are dead, correct? Because Body Slam's probably going to kill that Alakazam now that it's at half health. Yep, sure enough. It might have had a chance at full health, but at half, yeah, there was no way. It was just not going to happen. For Blizzard, huh? Tempting, but 5 PP, 70 accuracy, I think I'll pass. Well, we'll get to see another one of his, which is Kingdra. Yeah, he's got like a lot of the well-known strong ones, too. Is that it for Swallow? Yep. Nice job, Dum Dum. You just killed your own teammates. Like, it's debatable on if that Alakazam could have survived, but I feel like Swallow probably would have been okay had it not cut its health in half. Stupid. What a maroon. I guess that's technically the first one I failed by, failed to catch, not counting stuff out of my control, like critical hits, not having the stag machine, etc. But, like, you can't fault me for that. That was pretty stupid on his part to do that. Well, now that I know he's going to attempt that, maybe I'll just leave Swallow alone and see if I can get him to pull that off a second time and just focus on his Alakazam, and I'm going to assume he's going to send out Kingdra again once it goes. What an absolute idiot. I actually like Swallow too. It's not my favorite of like the early game birds, but I definitely like it more than most of the early game birds. Staravia is probably still my pick for like usability and whatnot. It'd probably be like Staravia line, Swallow line, Pidgeot line, and Corviknight line are my favorite early birds. Good job, Alakazam. You stopped me from attacking with one of my Pokemon. Unfortunately, that will not save you from the remaining one. I think I'm better off holding out and not doing that.
My brain is telling me no, not to put out Jolteon yet. Because obviously, for one, that's obviously not going to be his only Shadow Pokemon. We know he's got at least one more. But even barring that... Nope, I'm going to pass on Blizzard. I'll go to Dairy Queen another day. Yep, I chose correctly. Heracross. Good old fighting bug. Alright, Kingdra, what do you got? Not much. Perhaps another time then, Kingdra. Perhaps another time. Sorry, the profile image on Electabuzz looked really... He just looked so done with everything. I don't know why that was so funny, but it was. Is that one of those double attacks? Or is it just... No, just the one. Okay. Body slam on you again. Oh man, I don't know about Electabuzz. Why not? Let's have a little fun. No, he killed himself. Yeah, okay. I'm not even gonna bother resuming that fight. Apparently this is gonna be his strategy, yep. It's basically, I won't let you capture my shadow Pokemon, I'll just kamikaze, and by doing so, prevent you from progressing. Which would be a very interesting strategy if you didn't care about capturing all the shadow Pokemon, because then it would make the fight extremely easy, because not only are you taking his team down, he's cutting his own team down. Alright, so we now officially know this guy's strategy. It could have been like a once-off the first time it happened, but now I'm very sure his strategy is just to be a moron and kamikaze his own team. What a dumb strategy. Of course, I've always thought that of, like, the self-destruct / explosion strategies. Like, it's one thing to put it on your teammate, and, like, if they get put down to low health or something, of, like, knowing that the next attack is gonna be their last. It's another when they just send something out, and then, like, the first thing they do while everybody's at full health is just immediately give up. They're like, nope, I'm done, that's it. That's it for me. That's all I've done all I can do, coach. It's so dumb. Yeah, I'm going to be throwing an Ultra Ball on turn 2. If I throw it on the very first turn, it's going to do it before Swellow cuts its own health in half, so it would still be at full with no status effects, so I have to wait at least one turn before doing that. Ugh, now my hands stink because I tried to work on unclogging the tub drain while I was using the bathroom, or after I used the bathroom, rather. I don't have, like, a crazy amount of hair or anything that clogs that drain either. It's just always been bad. I moved in here about 3 years ago. It's always been like that. It's always been bad. I probably just need to, like... I just used what I had around my apartment. I probably actually need to, like, go out tomorrow and proper get some stuff to deal with it. Thankfully, I don't need to use the shower or anything right this minute, so... Swallow must recharge. Yeah, probably so it can do the same thing again. Alright, let's see. Going with a buggo. If that Swallow does the cut in half move again, it's going to be pretty much a guarantee if this one fails. Then I'll get it on the next attempt. Alright, there we go. There's one down. Probably sending out his other Shadow Pokemon. Yep. That face, it's just so funny. It's just like, what am I doing here? Why is this my life? He's a lot more upbeat in his actual, like, sprite rather than that picture. Oh, you went for Shadow Break this time, huh? Well, I made the right choice in who I wanted to have target Heracross. Snorlax. Again, like a lot of these old school ones that were really, really good back in Gen 1, I'm noticing. Starmie, Snorlax, I'm expecting to see like a Tauros as well. I think I'm just going to go with a more defensive strategy here. Expecting to see some Shadow Halves pop up once, potentially twice in the same turn. What, so now that all of a sudden, now that I'm on to them, now they're not going to do it anymore? Well, fine, I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm aware it could fail if I use it multiple times in a row, but... Nope, not this time. We're good. They've caught on. They're realizing that I'm not putting up with their shenanigans. I know Snorlax has a high HP pool, so it'll be okay to take a hit. Come on, boy, I know you want to do it. I know one of you are going to do it. You're gonna do it at the most inopportune time, but you're gonna do it. The good news is I can get away with doing double kick again. Well, maybe not now, because that's the one that's cutting it in half. Nope, it's not. Okay. Ow. Jeez, he took a lot of recoil from that. Holy crap, that was like a third of his health. I hope it was worth it. Jeez. Glad you finally realized the threat that Zangoose can be. Even with that, that was a lot of damage he just took. Willingly, mind you. Dang, dude. As I was saying, the thing about them cutting their own health in half is I can still go with Jolteon, because Jolteon will still go first, so even if Jolteon did like 2/3 of their max health with one hit, they're gonna be cutting their current health in half, which still will not result in them dying. And Jolteon's still going to get first, even though it's paralyzed, because both of them are paralyzed, so they're taking the same penalties, percentage-wise. That one looked like it was securely snagged. No, it didn't. Didn't at all. There it is. Blah. At this point now, we just wait for RNG to decide, you know what, you've earned it. There we go, Electabuzz was caught. You got, Eldes and Ardos. This is trouble if something's not done. I'll have to give money to a child. Well, I guess you'll have to do that then. I realize now that I should have crushed you much earlier. Well, you didn't, so too bad now. This is out of my hands now. I must defer you to Master Greevil himself. But boy, don't think that this is over. I won't abandon my dreams. Of being creepy, don't worry. Dreams succeeded, my dude. Also, Sableye ready to be purified. Also, Raticate's ready to be purified. I was going to go back to heal anyway, so this works. I thought we actually weren't going to get through all of Citadark in one session, but it looks like we might actually do just that. It's the upside to streaming this on a weekend, which is why I'm glad I ultimately chose to do that. Part of it was just because the only time we had for Final Fantasy X was in the middle of the week, but still. Blessing in disguise and all that. Look at that. That is a full list of boys. Again, I'm going to move ones I want to potentially use over here. And just the Elekid because it's special. Anything? Lucky Punch. I think that's a Chansey item, I'm pretty sure. Black Belt, which increases fighting moves. And Leftovers, which is not a bad item, but I think we already have one of those in storage, do we not? Yeah, we do. So I'm okay with leaving those there for the time being. I don't really think there's anything I want to, like, shift around and whatnot right now. I think it's fair to say inevitably one of the upcoming fights, like, things won't... it will be like that one where, like, inevitably something will mess up, and then I might consider reorganizing, but for now I feel like I'm at a good spot in terms of, like... It was hard to catch them due to his stupid strategy, but he wasn't hard to beat. Like, if I'd been going all out, he would have gotten knocked out no problem, so... 22 Pokemon caught here. And we still ain't done, boys. I'm gonna go with the obvious thing and look over here first. What is this? Probably a shortcut back at some point that for now we can't mess with. Oh. Well, that was a bit dumb. Alright, let's save again so I don't stupidly forget that. Well, if we need it, it's here. Hi, Greevil. Hi, Eldest, I think is what your name was. I don't remember.
Oh, now this is quite a surprise. You managed to defeat Ardos. Of course, you also have beaten so many of my followers. Perhaps that it's no surprise that you won. I must say that I haven't been this excited in a long time.
Dude, he's a child. That's creepy.
I do have an appreciation for the strong, you see.
Stop.
However, I also cannot allow your interference. My Shadow Pokemon plan is nearing completion.
God, those look like denture. Why are his gums taking up so much of that shot? What?
So for the time being, I think I will have you securely out of the way right where you are now.
Oh no, Glass. It's not like I have a Pokemon that has Brick Break and I could probably just break through this with no problem. What the hell was that? Watch the glass just be broken now. No, it's not. It's gigantic colored glass. It appears impossible to go any further. I might have had to check that before I left. I also might have to go back further. It's probably gonna be Gorgon, right? Yep. There's Monkey Man.
Monkey Man! What you doing, Monkey Man?
It's me again, kid.
I don't know why I keep giving them different voices. I just find it funny.
You know, it makes me kind of happy to see you since I've seen you so...
We've met like twice ever, including this one. What?
So Master Greevil gave me this one last chance to redeem myself, but this is it. If I lose this one, there's no tomorrow. Here goes.
Monkey Man. Good old Monkey Man. Alright, are any of these shadows starting out? No, they're not. Okay. I, for one, would much rather get rid of Ursaring. And of course it used Protect. Because of course it did. Which means the Slow King is probably going to be using Earthquake. Wow, however did I guess? This is my shocked face. Good strategy. Let's see if it works out twice in a row. Oh, didn't use Protect. Bad call. That's the thing about using that combo. It might work the first time, but after you do it for one round, they know what's up. Well, at least on the way out the door, you're going to get one hit in on him. Nice. Would have figured that would have done more damage to Gardevoir, honestly, given Earthquake's penchant for being absolutely broken at this point in the series. There's never a wrong time to put Zangoose in. I know it's the only one that's that at level 51, but there's never a wrong time for putting in Zangoose. It's not very effective. It almost killed him in one hit. I knew I should have gone with Crush Claw. I figured Brick Break might be enough, but nope. Nice try, that ain't gonna work this time. You might be protected, but you're not getting that Earthquake this time. So long, farewell. Alvida said goodbye. This is about the time he's gonna start throwing out some shadow Pokemon, right? Yeah, that Poliwrath is probably the shadow Pokemon. Is it? Yep, there it is. I was like, one of these is gonna show up eventually here. Surprised it took him that long to throw one out. So Walrein is... I guess he has two then, that means? Because I think Walrein is his fourth one that he sent out, and Poliwrath is his fifth. Yep, sure enough. Okay, in that case... Hopefully this won't do too much damage. I know it's part fighting. Let's not do that again. And before it uses Double Edge and accidentally kills itself. Mr. Oh my gosh, really? That is not what I would have expected a man like Gorgon to have on his team, but alright, Mr. Mime it is. Good thing Shadow Rush doesn't recoil anymore in this game. I think that HP is low enough, considering if it got, like, hit by a decent-sized gust of wind at this point, it would probably fall over. Oh, well, apparently the game didn't think so. I love him doing the little arm roll thing. That was kind of cool. Your foe's weak. Also, they're low on health. Alright, let's try this again. Hooah! There we go. One down, one to go. Now what you gonna do now that your little friend is caught by me and your other one is paralyzed, huh? Send out the Rhine. Haven't played in a hot minute, but he is my Overwatch main after all. Yeah, I had a feeling we were probably gonna have to send him into yellow. Alright. Slap a bit of mud on him, like it's a band-aid. Might have to do that one more time, but we'll see. Really likes that Shadow Storm. See, the worst part of, like, having a stall like this is he actually thinks he's getting the better of me. Like, again, if I had just gone for raw trying to damage him, like, his ass would have been long gone. Jolteon I would have still had. Zangoose I would have still had. Probably at least one more I would have still had. At least this is dropping his accuracy, though, so he might actually start missing some of these attacks. Yeah, or that could kick in, finally. Almost forgot that he was paralyzed and should have had a chance to fail any of those attacks in the first place. That's pretty bad when it kicks in so little that even you, the player, forgot that it existed. There we go. Now I have a creepy mime. Great. Thanks for that.
Grah, we're doomed.
Thanks for your Poliwrath, and I guess the Mr. Mime. Not really. Blech, that was the very first chance, or the very last chance. It's the very first chance. Very last chance Master Greevil gave me. How can I keep losing to some kid over and over? Again, we've met twice, dude. If there were a tree, I'd climb it to get away from all this. Like a true monkey man. See, he's even got a monkey wrench on his belt there. He's well and truly a monkey man. Get my team a well-deserved heal for that fight. I always feel so bad whenever they get knocked out and they have the fainting animations. Alright, 70 Shadow Pokemon. Let's see where this heads. Hello. You won't quit being a pest, will you? No, I won't. What are you gonna do about it, Colax? I beat like 4 of your admins. I don't know what you think you're gonna be capable of that none of them were. Oh, well, you have a Glalie, excuse me. None of them tried Glalie. Since you have a Glalie, I guess I'll just have to give up and go home. I've been found out. God, that Glalie. So creepy. Not quite as creepy as a Greevil smile, but still pretty creepy. Second verse, same as the first. A slight change in using a weaker attack, because honestly, we don't need to use a second Psychic. Confusion will do. Donphan. Alright. I'm going for Mach Punch. I know it's pronounced Mach. But it's always funny when it's two words that end with the same two letters. Is that a Shadow Pokemon, or are you clean? Nope, you got one. You have a Dugtrio. Oh, rollout, huh? Okay, well, now we're gonna definitely have to get him out of here before that starts to become a problem. Donphan is ground, which is also what Dugtrio is. If Donphan is not ground, the only thing it could be is normal, and I'm pretty sure it's not normal, so this should be fine to use. Bonk. Very nice. Trying to learn Hypnosis. The problem is it's only 60% accurate. However, that would be nice to have as a status move other than just Jolteon's Paralysis. And I have not been using Calm Mind, so... part of this is probably due to the reasoning of being able to level grind where I don't need status, self-boosting status stuff quite as badly as one normally would had they not been doing that. Alright, let's try it out, provided that it doesn't get caught in this first Ultra Ball. It's actually a decent time to get it, since Jolteon wouldn't have been able to paralyze it anyway. Nope, nice and simple. Cool. Well, you put up an admirable... You know what, I can't even lie, that was not that bad. God, this isn't happening, it's not real. Exodia, it's not possible! Also, Golduck cannot be purified. And Kangaskhan cannot be purified. Is this just going to put me back in the building? Because if so, I'm not going to... Yeah, I'm not going to go up there yet. I'm going to go back around and heal before inevitably get my ass kicked by a fight that I'm going to have to go in at half health. Which I'm not quite that low, but the point still stands. I'm not that stupid, sorry. I thought we might go to a terminal that you'd hit the button to lower the glass. I didn't expect us to just go around it, but if that's the case, almost assuredly Eldes is going to be the fight when we walk in there. And I believe, if I remember correctly, Eldes is the point where the level gap hits. It could be Greevil himself. It might literally just be Greevil, but I'm pretty sure it's Eldes. Out of curiosity, did any of the new ones we pick up have anything? Dugtrio had Soft Sand, so if you need your ground type moves boosted, that would be an option. And that's it. Okay. For some reason, I get the odd feeling that if your player character's mom knew where you were right now, she might have second thoughts about letting you do what you're doing. Because normally she's like, oh, you're the only one that can stop him. And it's like, hey, Mom, how's it going? I'm just like, you know, barely suspended over lava. But it's fine. Did I switch around how I wanted? I probably, unfortunately, don't want Jolteon in the front. I need to say, well, no, actually, probably the smart thing to do is to put Zangoose in the front. For my offense ones, because at least Gardevoir has Hypnosis now. Hi, there was a side door. I went through that. Yeah. Eldest. Sir. Who allowed this child to penetrate? That is not an acceptable reason to use that word. Our defense is so deeply. Stop! What the hell? What is wrong with you? The others can't be counted on at all. I'm giving you responsibility of dealing with it. You can't be counted on at all. Get out of here. Nasty. You finally managed to anger Matt. Yeah, really? Just now? I thought I would end up battling you one day. This isn't how I hoped to face you. What? If we battle, it will only be unfulfilling without meaning. Will you challenge me knowing that? No, I give up. I'm sorry, the Grandmaster's orders are absolute. I can't refute them. Then why did you ask? You idiot. Oh my god. That was so stupid. Anyway, he sent out Ninjask and Manectric. Or Manectric. That one Pokemon's name that my brain can't seem to pronounce. Or understand. But it's probably fine. And of course, Manectric is the Shadow Pokemon, because of course it is. Alright, Oh, okay. That was a decision that was made. Also, the Manectric was faster than Zangoose? That's a bit surprising. I figured the Ninjask was gonna be. Is he gonna get a speed boost while he's stuck underground like a moron? Yep, sure enough. What a dumbass. Alright. Pick your target, because you can't get them both. Ow. Oh, that might be half the current health. Based on how much Snorlax took earlier. Interesting. Well, good to know, I guess. We'll go defensive for now. Bye, Ninjask. My baby! And it is a Shadow Pokemon. I want it. Give it to me. He one of my favorites. Like, as in the top 4, one of my favorites of Pokemon of all time. So give him over. He is now mine. You have now surrendered your right to having a Salamence by giving me the option to acquire it. Yeah. I get the bad feeling it might end up in Soul Rock territory if I try to use Sludge Bomb, i.e. it will get poisoned and then all of a sudden I just put myself on a very severe timer that I did not want. So we'll avoid doing that. In the meantime, what else are you sending out? Flygon. Well, I know that's not a Shadow Pokemon. You can catch Trapinch freely as many times as you want, so it would seem unlikely. Well, since Flygon's out, now would be an appropriate time to Ice Beam that. Or rather, Aurora Beam, I guess. Can't do that to Salamence, though. It's going to be 4x weak to that. And that even for the almighty Salamence, that might be a little bit too much. Besides, Flygon's also 4x weak to Ice. It was unfortunately a lot of problem that the early Dragon types had, is a lot of them had a subtype of Flying as well. And so, as a result, they were even more weak to Ice than they already were. He a fast boy, though. I'll give him that. Which, granted, I don't exactly have my speed-based team out here right now, but still. But will he have a third Shadow Pokemon after this Flygon is, well, gone? Marowak. That could be a Shadow Pokemon. Let's find out. It is. Oh, alright. Now we're going to be in weird territory here. Provided no, I'm assuming no critical hit shenanigans happen, but Salamence is not going to get killed from that. But this is the one I'm curious about. That will work. The shadowy aura faded away. Much like all those punk rock bands. Nah, they're still around. Let's see. Because I know about how much damage that's going to do, I am actually going to target Marowak first. Yeah, that's true. Salamence later on did get a Mega Evolution and then also a Past Form. Which still looks pretty cool. I think the name on it's a little stupid, but it looks pretty cool. Alright, there's one. Or two, I guess, technically. That model looks a bit weird in the face, but yeah, Lapras, Shadow Pokemon, anyway. I am not willing to go any farther on damaging that. I want that Salamence, and I am going to make an attempt on it right now. As for Lapras, let's see if we can paralyze it without having to get Jolteon out here. Which, to be fair, if this doesn't catch, Salamence is probably going after Walrein, and Walrein is probably dead as a result. If it does catch, then I don't know if Lapras can outspeed it. Yay! I've acquired my baby! It is, yeah, it's the face. I think it's just because I've seen Lapras so much in the anime, and it's a lot... They intentionally make Lapras look super cute in the anime, which I approve of, but here, yeah, it's definitely missing the cuteness factor quite a bit. Alright. With that being all that's left, Headbutt and Thunder Wave, and then from there, I think we're pretty much in catching territory. Was busy checking something. Headbutt again. There, let's keep going. Okay, so the Greevil's team actually isn't as high level as I thought. I could have sworn they were all in the 60s, but they're actually not. And they're split between 46 for 3 and 50 for 3. Interesting. Okay. Well, we beat Eldes. I'm assuming we got it. We lost. Totally. Mondo rad, bro. Marowak, Manectric, Salamence, Lapras, all sent to PC. You are powerful, much more than I had imagined. If you aim to stop our plan, then you should keep going. However, However, the Grandmaster's power is probably far greater than you can imagine. I doubt you'll beat the man. Well, to be fair, you doubted that I'd even be able to get here, and, you know, that happened. That walking animation was a bit weird, wasn't it? Well, let's, get to taking some stuff like this Max Revive. You can see some, background elements, as it were. And that's where we need to go to progress, so we're not doing that. Even in the end of Ash's Journey, Lapras is good. Yeah, true. Now, what do I want to start with when trying to take on Greevil? Yeah. As much as I don't want to basically guarantee Zangoose gets knocked out, because I adore Zangoose and she slash he is my favorite Pokemon of all time, by virtue of it being the only one that does not have some sort of status-inflicting move that I can use to capture the Shadow Pokemon, he kind of has to go first for my offense team. My defense team, I get a little bit more leeway. I'm kind of thinking Aggron just to have, like, a high defense and not really anything of, if I lose this, I won't be able to take this on, so. 75 Shadow Pokemon out of a total of, let's find out real quick. Sarah B, why do you not just give me the number? 83, there we go. 75 out of 83. Anything in this little corner over here? Nope. I could have sworn there's a battle CD in, like, up in here somewhere, but maybe that shows up later. Oh, hi! Thunderstorms above and whirlpools below. What could it be? You have to be kidding, though. I don't stand a chance against the guy who thumped Eldes. Yet, here you are, attempting anyway. Are you going to use the Master Ball? That is a good question. I have not made that decision yet. I kind of want to use it on XD001 just to piss him off, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I'm in a spot where I could almost lose but almost catch everything against him, I might do it just to be able to get it in one go, but otherwise I'm leaning towards no. The other thing I'm going to have to worry about is, as I just mentioned, with his levels, he's actually going to be on par with me. Everything else has been either just a couple levels below me to, like, almost 10 levels below me, but he's going to be on par with me, basically. And there have been a couple fights where I've lost a fair few of my team members simply due to the fact that I was having to whittle them down and try to catch them just rather than smashing through them, which would have been way easier. Oh no, Credilli will be taken out. I wouldn't worry about that. No Credilli for you. You don't need it. I'm attacking both of them with, attacking Credilli with both, just to make sure. You do not want that clock ticking right there. And that's probably it for... Oh, well, maybe not, because he just wasted his turn. Well, if he's got Mirror Coat, then let's just avoid him altogether. Just let him hang out in the corner and go play with himself or whatever. Maybe he'll do it again and waste his turn. I don't know. Well, that's probably it for Aggron in this fight. Yep, sure enough. Yeah, by all means, just keep going away at it, man. Have a gay old time over there. And Gyarados. Well, if I lose a Pokemon here, then I'll be sure to swap in for Jolteon to completely annihilate you. Oh, look, you did something other than Mirror Coat. It probably won't help, but you did do something else. And for that, we're quite proud. And quite poisoned in Gyarados' case. Oh, whoops, I got those backwards. I thought I targeted Gyarados with Zangoose. Nope. Is it the other way around? Well, Gyarados is definitely dead then. Alright, let's try something else that might actually do decent damage. Well, Sludge Bomb really won't. I don't know how Shadow Punch will do. Shadow Punch is just kind of that move that's been there. What do you mean it missed? Yeah, it might be worth trying to Shadow Punch. I figured I'd do a little bit more than that, but... Alright. None of the shenanigans of missing with a 5% chance or whatever it was. There we go. Thank you, Zangoose. Level 52. And Mr. Color will be called home. The correct answer is yes, it's Citadark Isle. I don't know what question he asked me, but yep, we'll pretend I knew. Altaria can now be purified. Anybody else hanging out in these chairs? Yeah, there's one other guy here I might heal before potentially fighting him in combat. As opposed to fighting him in the culinary arts. Anybody got anything? Marowak had a thick club, which I think is a Marowak only item. My baby! Look at you, you're so pretty. Look at how strong you are. 166 attack, my god. There was a reason for a time it was considered tournament banned. Because it was too strong. Regain HQ makes me an elite. What more proof do you need? However bleak the situation, I never give up. Good news, I think you'll be forced to be giving up after this battle is over.
Call it a hunch. I know these guys don't have any shadow Pokemon, but hey, experience is experience, right? Oh, unfortunate team combo to start with. Unfortunate. Bye, Granbull. We'll miss you. Oh, really? Fake out. Hey, it's not my fault you picked a bad opening team. You're gonna be a weenie about it. He is an elite, so that might in fact make him a Weenie Hut General. Alright, let's try that again without your precious fake out to save you. He dislocated his jaw. I don't know if the animation was supposed to look like that, but it looked really funny, whether it was or wasn't. If you keep sending out normal types, I'm just gonna keep using Brick Break, so like, by all means. Hey, you can't use one of my moves against me. Oh, well, you can use it on him. He'll just shrug it off like it's nothing. I'm not getting got by one of my own moves. Nice try. Bye, Mr. Buggo. Another normal type, jeez. Didn't he boost his special attack like twice? And he still couldn't kill him? Jeez, man. Blah. Hey, you finally managed to do it by the time you lost almost all of your allies. Yikes. Alright, as soon as we're done with your little friend here, we'll see how you manage to handle the rest of my team. Answer, not very well.
Haha, you flinched after all that work. One round was enough. Maybe potentially if he had had Giga Drain waiting in the wings, he might have been able to survive that Sludge Bomb, but oh well. Well, that'll give me a couple extra levels for dealing with Greevil. I give up, but just today. I'll bear that in mind, thanks. Alright, now his ass is gone. Alright, I don't see any more scientists, so they've both left their chairs and subsequently the building. Both literally and hypothetically. Or figuratively, rather. Not hypothetically. I mean, hypothetically, they've left the building as well. Maybe they didn't leave the building necessarily. Put low to the ground Scyther in there. How are we doing on items? 44 Ultra Balls. Bear in mind this is to catch 7 Pokemon total. 44 Ultra Balls. And some change with the timer balls. 12 Hyper Potions, 6 Super Potions, some full restores, full heals if we need them, 6 revives. A bad case of the hiccups, apparently, or an attempt at one there. 50, 51s, 52s, so on par with or just barely slightly above what he's going to be using. I think I actually am going to put Jolteon in the front. Because these are all going to be Shadow Pokemon, paralyzing them immediately would not be the worst idea in the world. And that also means that if Jolteon gets knocked out early, it would give me the opportunity to use more defensive Pokemon to bring it back if I need to bring it back. Hi. Elvis lost. Ho ho ho, so you've even come this far. I had no idea that a mere child like you would pursue me this long. I want all your Shadow Pokemon, dude. Professor Crane, Datarams, and the Lair, you alone derailed every one of our well-laid plans. Well, perhaps not just you. The news broadcast by OMBS did not help Cypher's cause at all. That was the idea, genius. However, my Shadow Pokemon plan isn't finished yet. The final act is about to unfold. Having come this far, I think you've earned the right to know what I have planned. The creation of Shadow Pokemon that permanently resist purification. That was the first step. Next, I plan to create an army of Shadow Pokemon that work independently on my orders alone. When the second step is done, I will take over the world without having to rely on bothersome people. And now... let me introduce you to my faithful servant, the one who shall become the central figure of my Shadow Pokemon army. Teeth. Come forth, XD001. Hi, Lugia. He purdy. Codename XD001. Now freed of all adjustments, I present to you Shadow Lugia, which is probably what I'll be calling in the cutscenes, because XD001 is really stupid. This Lugia is the first of the Shadow Pokemon that cannot be purified. Now let us celebrate the completion of my Shadow Pokemon plan in advance. Fall prey to Shadow Lugia. And there's probably some furry out there that wouldn't mind that. So 2 fights back-to-back against Greevil, one against Shadow Lugia, unsurprisingly a Shadow Pokemon, who would have seen that coming, and then one against his actual team, once you've either caught or defeated Lugia, whichever is the case. At least we get to hear this music, though. I would say, though, that would be funny. Like, if I fail this first fight, I might use the Master Ball on Lugia just because it's the idea of, like, this Pokemon is unconquerable and then just turn 1, like, nah. Nah. Thanks, but no thanks.
turn Tail Doom. I feel like it probably wouldn't be that great, so let's go with Headbutt and hope for a flinch chance, I suppose. Music was being weird there. You Shadow Blast. Oh man, that's my favorite thing to get at Sonic. Love Shadow Blast. Watch me just catch him on the first Shadow, or the first Shadow Ball. The first Ultra Ball. Jeez, that'd be hilarious. I mean, to be fair, Lugia is one of my favorite legendaries. It's not my absolute favorite, but it is definitely one of my favorites. Definitely better than Hoopa or Hoopla or however you pronounce it. That one's just... no thanks. Damage this will do, I suppose. That'll work. I just love that he's just hanging back there, just in the chair. Not the least bit worried that I'm trying to catch his, like, ultimate project here. Just the whole idea of, like, oh, this is the strongest Pokemon because it can't be purified. And then it's like, no, but it can be caught. Just that look of realization of, oh, crap. I'll say it certainly does feel like you have to grind as a whole. Now that we're basically done with the story, it does feel like you have to grind a little bit more in this game relative to Colosseum. I know the final boss, A, only has one Shadow Pokemon in Colosseum. And B, that you have two Pokemon that start out in like mid-20s as opposed to level 10. But yeah, it does feel like you have to do a little bit more work in this one for preparing for the final battle. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do anyway. Trying to get my team as ready as I can here for when I do manage to catch this.
Logie, I just want you to be my friend.
And before the joke of, I know I should have brought Delcatty in for a tract. I know Lugia doesn't have a gender technically in this thing, so... Thud. Like, even if Michael could not catch this thing, for whatever reason, ran out of Pokeballs, Snag Machine broke, failed, whatever, for being an ultimate Pokemon, he gonna need to level this thing up, and because it's a Shadow Pokemon, he can't level it up. It will not get any stronger, level-wise. Dude, Michael's gonna be dizzy by the end of this with how much he's having to spin around every time he throws one of these. Like, the boy ain't gonna know which way's up anymore. Also, theoretically, we've been smart enough to, like, figure out the trick of how to get past the waves and all that. We could have called the police, and they definitely would have been here in the time that it took for us to, like, stall this long, just throwing Ultra Balls at this Lugia over and over again. Over and over again. And before we end up, like, watching Lugia start to use Struggle because it runs out of moves. I don't think I can raise Muk's defense any higher. And if that's the case, then we'll start using Iron Defense on Aggron. We'll just beef up their defense as high as we can. I'm not actually sure how Shadow moves work relative to them checking physical defense, special defense, whichever. I'm pretty sure that's as far as Mux can go for defense, but provided this doesn't catch, we'll give him one more attempt and see if we get the inevitable of his defense will not go any higher. Yep, there it is. Defense won't go higher. Well, you heard the man. I will say this, at least Lugia is getting, like, a reasonable amount of turns not being able to move due to paralysis. Whereas opposed to, I think it was like the chance here, whichever it was just like, paralysis? What paralysis? There's no paralysis. Apparently the answer to being able to defeat paralysis is just raw denial. It does not exist. It was never there. Regain that health. Throw that ball. Rah, rah, rah. Also, if I drop below 20 Ultra Balls, I might call it there as well. Just on the simple fact I don't think 20 is going to be enough to successfully catch the other 6. Well, if it gets another chance to attack, we'll see if Iron Defense actually does make a noticeable difference in how much damage it receives from whatever shadow move it decides to use. Because it was taking about a third, a little more than a third per attack. That looks about the same. Still, we gotta do something while we're just farting around here. It's funny, because I feel like this should be annoying me, but, like, I also remember roaming legendaries, and it's like, maybe this isn't that bad. Roaming legendaries were much worse to deal with. Honestly, that might be the thing I like the least in a Pokemon game, is having to do the roaming legendaries. Even knowing all the, like, tricks of what to do for that, it's still a headache. Of, like, know what level the legendary is, have something that will be able to keep away all of the low-level Pokemon if you use a Repel, but low enough so that it won't affect that legendary, and then basically run back and forth between a couple of routes until you find it and it shows up. And don't bother flying over there, because even if you do, it'll move anyway. Well, since we're not in as critical a situation, I guess we can just use super potions here. That freaking tuba in the background. It's so funny. Yeah, I do have the Master Ball extra on. I said I would go until I got down to 20 Ultra Balls, since I still have 6 more to catch after this, directly after this. And at that point I would call it. Unless it somehow manages to kill itself, which I don't think is going to happen, but if it did. Nice shot of its foot right there, jeez. What a camera angle. Whee! Oh no, that one looked like it was securely snagged. Yeah, it certainly did. As it did all the other times that it only shook once, I'm sure. Let's forget to update that. This is not a blind playthrough, for the record. I know exactly what's after this. The only reason we had the blind playthrough is because we were doing, Icarus was doing Final Fantasy X earlier this week. I just forgot to change it. Lugia is paralyzed, he can't move. Don't worry, the rest of us can't either. Now I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna use a super potion on Walrein. What a turn of events. I feel like at one point it's gonna do 3 shakes and then not catch just to troll me. Like, at some point or other, it's just gonna do that. Of being like, oh, this could be it. This could be the one. But it's not. Which, to be fair, would actually be a little funny. Okay, I was joking. Don't actually do it. Seriously. I don't have the GameCube microphone plugged in. It shouldn't be able to hear what I'm saying. That was funnier than it should have been, though. It's like the only thing I could have done at this point to lower its health even more would have just been, like, bringing, Berloom with me to do false swipe. Other than that, like, I don't think there was much more I could have done to lower its health without killing it. It's meaningless to use that item. Well, don't tell me what to do. You're the one that won't let me catch this Lugia. What makes you think you know better than me, game? Jeez. Hey! We got it! Defeated Grandma. I gotta see after this fight starts of exactly how many Pokemon we have left. Lugia! Yeah, what about him? He mine. He got sent to a PC box. Because fuck you. How dare you, child? How dare you snag my shuttle? You had multiple chances to get him out of that fight and did not do so. There's nothing left. Really? Not a thing. Alright, cool. But I will personally see to the total destruction of your Pokemon. Oh god, there's a plane overhead. He's gonna drop bombs on us. God, those eyes. Those teeth! What? Who is this jackass? Alrighty. Rhydon, and also Moltres, and also Zapdos, and also Articuno, and also the other 2 Pokemon that I forgot which ones he was that he has. He has a team of 7 Shadow Pokemon because he's a cheater. Like, yeah, it was 2 separate fights, but he's got a team of 7 Shadow Pokemon. Yeah. So, good. Now that we're all in agreement on that, and that he's a jackass for doing that. We'll play it by ear. I can almost guarantee you that that Rhydon has Lightning Rod, and as a result of that, it would not work to be able to use Thunder Wave. Ouch. Shadow Panic? Oh, that's the stupid... Yeah. Yeah, alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna use a trick that I learned from the Elite Four by doing this. I did it! I'm like a real Elite Four member now. What were the other two out of curiosity? I had his bio pulled up, I can check. Tauros and Executor. I had a feeling Executor was one of them, but I didn't want to say that and be wrong. Maybe we can kick him a couple times and put him to sleep. Yep, sure enough, there's the lightning rod. Sorry, that part of the music sounded like Indiana Jones and it made me laugh. I need to quit laughing. I've been streaming too long, that's why I think everything's funny. It's not that funny. I mean, it was a little funny. It definitely sounded like Indiana Jones. And I already forgot he had the lightning rod even though I just said it. Alright, well, he got put to sleep, so there's at least that. Now, with any luck, he won't wake up on the first freaking turn. We got Ben. That's nice. It's hit by its Ben. Alright, well, if that's the case, let's take a turn. Oh, it was just barely over 20. I said I was going to stop at 20 Ultra Balls, and go figure 21 is what he stopped at. Well, that checks. Alright. And then I'm going to use my full restore, like a true Elite Four member would do. And if I'm going to use them, I might as well use it while I'm damaged and also have a status effect to deal with. So I'm getting both the properties of the full restore. Rather than just using it as like a potion, basically. Alright, Lightning Rod is gone. I mean, right on his caught. Well, really same difference. Oh, look at him. He's so happy. He's very happy. He's also a Shadow Pokemon, as one might assume. Fireburb sent out a Shadow Fire. But unfortunately for Fireburb, it is now not exempt from being attacked by Thunderwave. Alright, maybe that'll keep them busy for a little bit. Okay, I will admit, that's actually a nice touch. It closed the eyes on all the different heads of the Executor, not just the front one. I thought it was just the front one for a minute, but that's a nice touch. I approve of that. It's part psychic, right? It's grass psychic? Yeah, I should be able to take a psychic attack, surely. Probably. Maybe. We'll find out, I guess. Main reason I'm using Bite here is just to try to get either Paralysis or Flinch to activate, one of the two. And that, of course, means that neither did, because that's how that works. Blip. Don't worry, Jolteon, you'll be back in the fight before you know it. And I feel like if there's any time to go for this... I was about to say, I know I've got at least one of these. There's some rule about the different status effects and making it more or less effective at catching Pokemon, but I don't remember which is which. I would assume Sleep would be stronger on the grounds that, like, Sleep will eventually wear off. Paralysis doesn't wear off. You can remove it with a status restoration item, but it doesn't go away on its own. Alright, Tauros. Has Intimidate, clearly. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my gut on this. Which apparently my gut says, forget how to use the controller. Your gut's like, what do you do? Oh no! It's your gut, not your brain. It doesn't know how to work. Yeah, I had a feeling the birds were going to be a little bit harder to deal with than the non-legendary ones. Which, to be fair, I think other than this Tauros, I think we're just down to the legendary birds. I think it's the only non-legendary you're left. Also, that is not the greatest model in the world for Tauros, but that's not really important. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Tauros is just raw normal. Yep, just double checking. For some reason, my brain will sometimes be like, no, Tauros is fighting. Because, you know, like a fighting bull, but no. Not a bad train of thought, but incorrect. As my math teacher would once say, and that's phenomenal logic. It's wrong, but it's very good logic. Muck can't escape now. Well, I mean, I wasn't really trying to, but I feel like if I was going to do that, I probably would have done it by now. That's about as good as we can hope for on Tauros there. I'm going to use Hypnosis on Tauros, knowing that Gardevoir is probably going first, but either one of two things. Either one, it won't attack something I don't want to attack, or B, Tauros will get caught, and it will potentially put to sleep whatever he throws out next, whether it's Zapdos or Articuno. And on the off chance that Tauros doesn't catch and is faster than Gardevoir, which I don't think would happen, no. Then it might have potentially woken up and put him back to sleep. But no, we'll move to Articuno, which is my favorite of the legendary birds. That model does not do justice to how pretty it actually is. It's now also asleep, too! It did not get a chance to do anything, and now I feel bad. I shouldn't feel bad, but I do feel a little bad. Ooh, now I'm in a problem area. Do I believe that Jolteon's Thundershot... Well, I mean, I could use Bite on Moltres. Yeah, might as well. I was gonna say, the fear here is that, at least for these two, I'm not as worried about Zapdos, is that Thundershock would do too much damage and kill one of them. But interesting fact about Pokemon, and you might not have known this, they have more than one move, and I don't have to use Thundershock. I know how to play this game. I know what I'm doing. I haven't been streaming this for 5 hours. Alright, I think that's probably about as much as I want to lower it. I don't think I want to go any lower. I could probably do that 3 more times and get away with it, would be my guess. No. This might be a turn of heal and throw. Or rather, throw and heal. We do have some max potions down here. I need to move these up so I remember what we got them. Something about the shading on the profile of, around, especially around Moltres' eye, looks a bit odd, and I can't tell why that is. It just looks a bit off, and it doesn't look like that on Articuno's either. Oh well. I should probably start using some of these revives to bring people back while I'm playing the stalling game. The Shadow Aura Fade. Well, good. Then they'll have to waste a turn putting it back up, if they are so inclined. How much stronger is Psychic relative to Confusion? It's like 90 and 40, right? No, go ahead and do that. Oh, 50, okay. 90 and 50. And now that everybody and their mother has gone by my door, jeez. Oh no, is there still more? Are there more people to come cheerfully get in the way? I love how you can tell just, like, immediately sometimes that people have been, partaking. Uh-oh. No, don't wake up. I don't want you to wake up. Go back to bed. It's nap time, Articuno. Go back to bed. Ouch. Walrang should survive this, hopefully. Yep. Okay, good. If I could just get one of them to catch, I feel like I would be in a much better spot here. I can't waste the turn putting to sleep. I need to heal first. Well, Rain's the only, like, more bulky one that I've got left, so I cannot afford to lose it currently. And the good news is, even if I can't spend turns reviving, if they're just going to only target Walrein over and over and over again, then at least it leaves Gardevoir to where he won't get attacked. Like that. Oh, they're just gonna go for the double hit, aren't they? Yep, they are. Of course they are. Alright, time to pull out my ace in the hole. Come on, Moltres. She should have been caught like 3 turns ago. Yeah. Just because the paralysis is going to stay and the sleep obviously won't. Like, yeah, it might be more accurate, but unfortunately I never had the chance to really throw a snag ball at Articuno. It just didn't come up, so... Alright, good. That's 1 down. Of the birds, anyway. Which leaves, of course... Zapdos. I'm gonna mostly leave Zapdos alone here. Well, no, I should probably be leaving Articuno alone, mostly here. I'd like to use Mud Slap, but that's not going to work against either of these, because they both fly. Foot and Body Slam is going to do too much damage. You're flying, so that won't do as much damage, so let's go with Crush Claw. Ow. Oh, you got a critical hit too. Yeah, I agree. You definitely needed that. Very important. Alright, we'll do that again. We'll paralyze it. Oh, well, maybe not now that its defense fell. Now I've got to reconsider that. Please do not just immediately kill the Pokemon I just sent out. Thank you. Could we please stop with the stupid Shadow Hail? Like, honestly. Alright, Wait, hold on. Yeah. Thunder Wave, Articuno. I need to focus on keeping Jolteon alive. The only issue I run into here, which will probably happen, is if both of them, well, Articuno gets 3 paralysis, but they both attack Jolteon, which is probably what they're going to do. Nope, they actually left Jolteon alone, somehow, okay. Or at least that first one they did. You're really going to get both attack, you're going to get a critical hit, aren't you? If you watch this. Nope, he actually did survive, okay. Yeah, I don't think I can win this now, unfortunately. Because I need 2 turns to do what I was going to do. Alright, well, since we're going to be gambling with a 50... Well, I don't even think it's a 50-50. I think it's a 75-25. That probably will not work in my favor. Obviously on the non-paralyzed one. And then basically hope that it will stay paralyzed for a turn. It probably won't work, but it's worth a try. It actually stayed paralyzed. Wow, okay. Well. This puts us in an interesting position here. I could bring somebody back, but whoever gets hit is going to die. I could get Jolteon back to full health, but if it gets hit again, we're just in the exact same position again. But the best bet is to keep healing Jolteon until, that paralysis kicks in. And once the paralysis kicks in, if it does, and he loses his turn, then I can consider trying to bring somebody back. But now I just have to sit here and wait for him to actually be paralyzed. And considering the mercy I was just given, I don't expect to see that for a while. Alright. Don't have any max revives left because I already used the other one, right? Yep. Okay. Ideally, he would target Jolteon again, but I don't think there's any way he wouldn't go for the weaker target. Oh, he actually did. Wow. Okay. Alright, so now that we're in this territory... suppose we could try a Timer Ball. We've probably been through enough turns here. I could have sworn the timer ball looked different than that, but maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Oh well. Hey, we got him. Nice. Didn't have to use the Master Ball, but I'm very sure I would have lost that fight had I not done that. Gwah! Oh, I was hoping his glasses would fall off. Oh well. Can't have it all. Rhydon, Executor, Tauros, Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno were all sent to the storage. And ladies and gentlemen, at least for the main story, that is game. How? A mere child crushed my cherished plan? Because the child had hair and you're bald. No, not really. What? This can't be! It's your fault. I won't forgive. There is no forgiving you. Grandmaster, we're done here. We should blow up Citadark Isle with a child still on it. But if I did that, our Shadow Pokemon data and our subordinates would be lost as well. Grandmaster, such things can be replaced. We must ensure our own survival. I've readied a helicopter for our escape. We've got to leave now. You're right. Wait. Brother. Please wait, you're willing to sacrifice everyone so you can escape? You should be ashamed. Well, I've got this creepy smile, you see, and you can only have a creepy smile if you do horrible things. Cypher must survive. That is our first duty. The Grandmaster feels the same way. Yes, for Cypher's sake, sacrifices must be endured. Yeah, I'll spare you the rigmarole. If only this child hadn't. Don't begrudge us, but, like, we're gonna have to kill you and everyone here. Really, the important thing I'd like to highlight about this story, as it continues here, which is namely with Ardos, and obviously still being, like, fully for continuing this on. That right there. Make another Pokemon Coliseum-style game with Shadow Pokemon. There's your main antagonist right there. It's clearly Ardos, like, obviously. Like, at first you thought it was Evis, and then, like, in this one it's actually Greevil, and then there you go. There's your big bad for the third one. Thanks to your courage, we were finally able to wake up from our nightmare. Thank you. You'll have nothing to fear from us ever. You should return home to your family. Let us meet again, too. The next time we battle, it won't be as mortal enemies. I'll look forward to it. I'll look forward to using your Salamence against you. Because I'm going to train him. He going to be mine. Aww. And the clouds have parted, and the very poor-looking sun there pervades once again. Well, we actually did it. It took 5 hours, but we finished Citadark Isle. Yeah, when I said it was a large area, I was not kidding. And that's bearing in mind, like, while we did spend a little bit of time before we went of grabbing stuff, like, I never went back to replace Pokeball. Like, I went back to PCs, but I did not go all the way back to another area to get more Ultra Balls or anything like that. Michael had, like, the most limp hand there ever. He was like, I guess she can play with my hand. Like, it's fine. And there's our mom with her giant forehead and a split between her eyes that's much too wide. Your progress will be saved. Yeah, let's do it. Save it on up. Alright, well, it's not really an LP, but yeah, I'll give my thoughts on the game, why not? When talking about this, you obviously have to, as I've done plenty of times, you have to link this with Pokemon Coliseum, the prequel to this game, which if you've not played or watched that, A, you can watch it on the archive page below, and B, if you get the opportunity to play this game or XD, either one, absolutely do it. Good luck tracking down a copy that's not expensive as all get out, though. I saw a copy of XD semi-recently that was running for about $150, $170, somewhere in that realm. I don't remember the exact number. It was over $100 though, for sure. Which is not a shock for GameCube games, but the point still stands. regardless, if you are looking for a Pokemon adventure and want something outside of the normal cookie cutter, Colosseum and XD are both phenomenal options for that. You don't need to play XD to know the story of Colosseum. It's a little bit personal preference. And if you don't mind being spoiled on the Shadow Pokemon list and you're deciding between the two games, you might want to consider looking at the list for both games and saying, like, okay, I think I can make a team better out of Colosseum than XD or XD than Colosseum. Zangoose. I personally think you've got options in both, enough options in both to be okay. Colosseum, you get Umbreon and Espeon, which are both very good choices, and you get a pretty good amount of picks, including the second level of the Johto starters, any of those three, really early on. So that gives you half of your team to work with right there. In this game, you of course have your Eevee, which you can split into any of, at the time, 5 evolutions that you want, so that's like one guaranteed right there. And they give you some okay ones pretty early on for your Shadow Pokemon list that you can pick from. I think XD takes a little bit more work in what you might want to get, but you do have the different Hexagon brothers with Blue 6, with Browse 6, Blue 6, Yellow 6, Perp 6, and Gree 6, and Ree 6, having Baltoy, Spheal, Mareep, Gulpin, Seedot, and Houndour, respectively. Or perspectively. No, I had it right, respectively. And there's like a couple other decent ones you get on. Ralts is pretty early on. The big problem, as you clearly just saw with watching the stream, is a lot of Pokemon are on Citadark Isle. A lot of them. And so, despite the fact you have 80 total, you're really only getting about 35 to 40 to pick from in the main story. And that will hinder the experience a little bit if that becomes an issue for you. So if you want more versatility, Colosseum might be your choice. If you want more quality of life options, however, rest in peace, Iwata, XD's the way to go, for sure. Being able to put the Pokemon in the different purifiers and whatnot, and that just makes the whole process way faster. Having the Shadow Pokemon themselves have more versatility should you choose to use them in combat, rather than the storage to purify them, also helps quite a bit. A lot of quality of life stuff there, for sure. So, have specific Pokemon that you really want to use, and you don't mind having to slog through how the purification process works. Colosseum's probably your choice, and I do think the story for Colosseum probably is a little bit better, but they're both still very good. If you prefer quality of life stuff and maybe you want to end up using a couple of Pokemon that you haven't before, XD is probably your choice. That said, 82 Pokemon snagged, but wait, I didn't say there were 82 Pokemon, I said there were more than that. I did indeed. So, where could the last ones possibly be? Because there's one more. Let's find out, shall we? And now I'm home. So yeah, we're home. Everybody's fully healed. Let's move Walrein over to get our level 50s here in the front. But we have news! From Egan, Ori Coliseum. Dear Delta, I've heard that you've returned from Citadark Isle. I send this message as an invitation to the Ori Coliseum. I will be arriving shortly to ask you in Purr. In Purr? I thought it was from Egan, not Purr. Big brother, there's an old man with a really long beard standing outside. When Jovi asked, he let Jovi touch the beard. When Jovi tugged it, he said it hurt. It must be real. There's Blissel and Minun. We're just going to poke around here for a split second. We haven't talked to everybody in a while. We probably should talk to Crane and Lily, i.e. our mother. Sure, the theme of my research is the standard moves of Shadow Pokemon. Why not? They have several stat qualities. They won't evolve or level up, they're not friendly, and they can only use Shadow moves. Well, not entirely. Once Purification starts, Shadow Pokemon actually start growing stronger, or are actually growing stronger and friendlier within their closed hearts. Check Shadow Pokemon when they are being purified. You'll see that they sometimes remember standard moves from their natural states. When purification is complete, the experience a Shadow Pokemon has earned is suddenly applied. It may learn moves or even evolve. Standard moves that Shadow Pokemon learn during purification are often gentle and friendly in nature, I think. If that happens, it makes me think that Shadow Pokemon is regaining its natural form. Sure, good info. Anything on OMBS? OMBS has received word that Cypher's headquarters is on Citadark Isle, to the south of Gatian Port. It's surrounded by harsh seas and violent weather systems and making it extremely difficult to reach. As a result, the authorities fear that it may take some time before the criminal syndicate can be brought to justice. No need to worry about that. At the very least, they don't have their Shadow Pokemon to work with. Played Pretend Pokemon Battle today, Jovi and I. Jovi played the trainer part, and I was the Pokeball. It was a fun time. What? Dude, don't let her abuse you, my man. You're better than that. Snagging a Shadowlugia. It would take you to do it. Thanks. There's no time for complacency. Be cautious until Cypher go down for good. You're finally going off to the ultimate battle, aren't you? You've really grown in nature. As a mother, it makes me feel conflicted. I'm happy and proud on one hand, but I'm also a little sad. Go and get rid of Cypher and make it quick and come home safely. While investigating Shadow Pokemon, I came across very disturbing information. It's about the Shadow Pokemon that is impossible to purify. I think I've told you about that before. It appears that the Shadow Lugia that you snagged is Shadow Pokemon. We already knew that, dude! It's an outrage, it really is. However, as long as the Shadow Lugia has a heart, there must be a way for it to be purified. We've got to maximally use the power of the Purify Chamber and the regular Pokemon. I think that's the important thing. I'm sure that Lugia will eventually open its heart to you. Please try your best to purify it. So you're becoming a bigger public figure than your distinguished father. Reverse mode. Sure, might as well. Will occasionally go out of its control when its emotions run wild. That's reverse mode. When they're undergoing purification, the heart slowly opens as it gradually prepares. However, its shadowy aura doesn't go away until its purification is complete. Shadow Pokemon sometimes snaps under its influence. That's why it's more apt to go into reverse mode the closer it is to full purification. It's quite ironic. When a Shadow Pokemon is in reverse mode, it will take damage from its own attacks and won't accept any item except a cologne scent. I didn't know about that part, at least, the cologne scent thing. If Pokemon goes in reverse mode, it comes to its senses by calling it or giving it a cologne massage. Shadow Pokemon can't come out of reverse mode on its own. That's why you gotta look after it. Alright. The only thing I will stall for in going to talk to Egan is I am going to purify all the Shadow Pokemon that are ready to be purified since we're right here. We got quite a few. We just gotta go and throw them in. Alright. Let's get them purified. Again, we'll still be showing off some of the post-game. I still want to show off Battle Bingo. I still want to show off the Battle CDs and where to find those all. So, we'll be able to see all the purified ones. As a result. Regain Slash. Regained Baton Pass. The only one I might do off screen is actually Salamence because I do want to use it. Got Swords Dance. Oh, so it actually got 3 moves back. Nice. That would still never be enough for me to want to use it, but interesting. Regain Shadow Ball, a very good move. Regained Helping Hands. An move, at least in story mode. There we go. Sorry, I was opening up a list for the post game to get an idea of like about what level I should be. Oops, I did not mean to leave that. So he's actually outside waiting to fight us, oddly enough. But if you could manage to beat, especially if you manage to get them all, if you can manage to beat Greevil, he should be no problem, it looks like. He's got a team of 6 with 2 level 45s, 2 level 50s, and 2 level 55s. Regained Waterfall, regained Charm, and gained a ribbon. What is the last Pokemon on this list? Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Where is it on here? Okay, it's not that far in. Gotcha. Yeah, I think we'll probably just do the one more fight. The final fight to get the last Shadow Pokemon. These guys are a little high leveled. It's not like, holy moly, this would be impossible, but it's enough to where I would be like, yeah, I might want to gain a few levels. And that'll give me a chance to walk around and purify everything, too. Alright. With that decision and whatnot made out of the way, let's get some of these guys put back in the sets. So the question marks load. There we go. Trying to see if I can find anybody that's got any different dialogue. How about the personal friend? I heard you went to Cyber's headquarters. I've decided I'm going to be the Delta Fan Club's honorary lifetime chairperson, and that's settled. Well, work on trying not to fall asleep at your desk first. How many Shadow Pokemon have you managed to snag? This is amazing. You've already snagged 82 Shadow Pokemon. At the pace you're going, it might not be far off before all the Shadow Pokemon are saved. Well, yeah, we've got one. Exactly one left.
Since I know what he's got, I'm actually not going to have Wall Ryan in the front. So Zangoose didn't get a lot of chance to fight in the final battle. I'll give her a chance to shine here. I panicked and sent the email before I finished it. What? How do you accidentally do that by panicking? Oh, whatever. But I'm glad to hear that you received it. I was inspired by your battle exploits, you see. It made me want to have a battle with you. That said, there are countless trainers that would be honored to battle with Cypher's nemesis. I therefore decided to take charge and organize a Coliseum event. Impressed? But before we talk, we must battle, you and I. En garde. Oui, oui. Myth trainer Egan would like to battle. And unlike the last time we saw him battle, his team doesn't suck. He had like a level 16 Pikachu, I think it was. It was grossly underleveled compared to what it was in Coliseum. But I assume this guy's just a Pichu line trainer. Hold on a minute. Yeah, that was weird. It, like, snapped over to his side of the field. I had to watch that unlock. That was really bizarre. Anyway. Yep, he's got 2 Pichus at 45, 2 Pikachus at 50, and 2 Raichus at 55. As one might imagine. Actually kind of in line with the whole idea of, like, Pokemon gyms and how theoretically it wouldn't be fair for, like, little Timmy to just have started his Pokemon adventure and he happens to live in the town where the 8th gym is and therefore couldn't tackle it because he would probably get his butt handed to him. So, basically, each gym has, like, presets of Pokemon and they check how many badges you have, and then they fight you with saying, like, okay, you've got 5 badges, so we need, like, a decently strong team here. This is what we'll use. So I guess Egan could be a good gym leader for, I guess, the electric gym, obviously. Yep, nice try, Pikachu. You can't use Brick Break, that's one of my moves. I'll show you how to use Brick Break. That's how you use Brick Break. Must be targeting Zangoose. Kind of surprised you didn't do that in the first place with an electric move, but what do I know? Ah, but you missed, which will cause your death. Everybody getting paralyzed, but that's how it be when you fight something with static over and over. Yeah, maybe don't target Jolteon with a thunder attack. Dummy. Like, he should have been potentially able to take out both of my team there and just, like, completely flubbed it up. And I think with the Psychic Attack, yeah, if you're going to waste a turn on Rain Dance, yeah, I think that is all she wrote. Maybe I should have set that up at the beginning of the battle? Just a thought. Well, we beat up the old grandpa. Give us your money. Oh, I knew it, but bravo. I repeat, bravo. Here's some money. Thanks. Appreciate it. It's no wonder that Cypher has their eyes on you. I must say I enjoyed myself tremendously. Ew.
I'm sure that the trainers who have gathered at the Ori Coliseum will be delighted to face you. Please, we'd very much like you to come. This is the Ori Coliseum. New area that wasn't in the first game. Toughest trainers in the land have gathered with you as the goal. We'll be waiting for you at the Ori Coliseum. Alright, see you later. Have fun. We won't be going there for a little bit. Did he heal us by any chance? No! What a dick! Just tried to beat me up and then left. What a turd. Alright, so with that, we do have the Ori Coliseum. We've also got some stuff in Gation Port. For Ori Coliseum, at least to continue like all the extra stuff in post-game, you only have to beat the first go around of the Coliseum. It's like the normal ones of battles are in like series of 4, and then the final one is like in this case a special person. You only have to beat the first one in order to continue on. We'll probably show all those off, but that said, I need to level, so I think off screen what I'm going to do is level these guys up. I'll probably take a look at what levels I should be expecting in Ori Coliseum before going in there. So I will level everybody up at Mount Battle. I will get everybody ready to be purified that has not been purified, because we still have 29 more, looks like. Technically 30 if we're counting the last Shadow Pokemon, but in this case, 29 more. And then we will continue from there, because we're still going to show off Gation Port, Ori Coliseum, all the extra stuff after that you can get done. Oh, okay, so that's how you purify Shadow Lugia. But we'll purify Shadow Lugia once I've purified everything else. You don't have to do that, but for the record, it says Cologne and battling won't lower its heart gauge. Purify chamber won't work by simply using it. And I'll leave it there. And then I will show you how that happens in the next one. So, might have it finished up next week. Possibly not. It depends on how much is in the post-game. Because again, I do want to show off all the post-game. Do want to show off the battle CDs. Do want to show off Battle Bingo as well. So we'll be going into more intensive stuff. I gotta know though, real quick. Without being too... Okay, here we go. Oh! Okay then. So yeah, this is just the first trainer, not like the first big one that's at the end of the Coliseum. Just the first regular ass trainer. He's a hunter. Team of 6, and all of them are, according to this, level 60 to 100, which means that they will match the highest level that is in your team. So if you've got like 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 on your team for like each individual level, that means his team is going to be all level 100. So that means at bare minimum, like, as long as I keep them equal, it's fine in that regard, but they absolutely need to be level 60 at bare minimum for that. Otherwise, I would get destroyed. And it would not be pretty. I don't know how bad's the last one in here. Dang, that is a team right there. My god. Alright, I'm not going to spoil anything else for me, but that gives me an idea of like how high level that I need to be. So, I need to train up a fair bit if that's the case. So I'm going to train all of them up to 60. I will probably... Well, I don't think I have to purify him off screen. I'll probably still have him purified on screen. I'll get Salamence done in battle, so it can be around level 60, and then I will also get Flygon as well up to level 60. So for that, I will use Mount Battle. Yeah, Yeah, I should be fine to just keep running through it at the current levels, because I know each level of Mount Battle has... And I guess we could go ahead and do one more sets of floors on Mount Battle while I'm here, just to give me a little bit more wiggle room with being able to train faster. We can do a little bit more Mount Battle. Because if you've not seen it yet, or potentially don't remember, is each time you go through a new area of Mount Battle, completing the 10 floors, and then going into the room, they give you a special item, and that I don't want to miss. I want to show that on screen. So that means basically I would be stuck going up to floor 50 and then having to turn back around once I beat floor 50. So let's continue from Area 5. And I also have not forgotten we will also be doing the full Mount Battle challenge from beginning to end, again, once I'm high enough level to be actually able to actually take that on, and that will get us the different Jonto starters. Which that, while I probably will grab all 3, I see no reason to do that 3 times on screen. I think I'll show the first attempt, and if I can do it once and they're all going to be the same level and the same Pokemon, there's really not that much reason to show it a second time, is there? So I think we would just keep it at that. So after I input my commands here, I'll go ahead and write all that down for what I'm going to be doing on my end, just so I remember for sure. Okay. Here's my list. Level my team up to level 60, plus Salamence and Flygon, in case I decide to use them. That's the first one. Get all Shadow Pokemon ready to be purified. Battle Bingo. Collect and play all battle CDs. Or a Coliseum, initially only one fight. Rest of post-game. Last Shadow Pokemon in Gation Port. Speaking of Shadow Pokemon. I think that was largely it. I'm sure my brain will remember something else whenever it comes up. If I last Shadow Pokemon and Shadow Lugia. Which that'll be the only one I can't lower the gauge on, because as I just said, battling with it, walking around with it, using the cologne on it, like none of that will none of that will lower the heart gauge on Lugia. Give team better TM moves. I need to do that. I need to be ditching Thunder Shock. Once I get to the point where I'm literally not catching anything anymore, no Pokespot Pokemon, no Shadow Pokemon, at that point there's no reason that I should be keeping stuff like Thunder Shock or Mud Slap or anything like that. There's just no reason for it, straight up. It was helpful before, and actually was quite a few times in Citadark Isle when I used weaker stuff, and that actually just barely kept them alive when it would have otherwise killed them. Don't think I didn't remember using Confusion rather than Psychic, and Confusion barely kept it alive. where Psychic would have absolutely killed it. I think if there's anything else, though. Okay. Added a couple other things, which is doing the pre-gym again, just to check and see if it's any better. Which I doubt, like, at this point, I would imagine it's not going to make that much of a difference. In fact, I'll probably put that earlier in the list. Because if I do the pre-gym after getting everybody to... Well, not even after getting everybody to 60, but, like, after doing the Ori Coliseum and the rest of the post-game, at that point, the pre-gym's going to be a joke. So I will put that right... here. That'll be the first thing we do, is the pre-gym. Whenever we get to the next stream. I'll go ahead and list it in order right now. So, off-screen, I'll get my team up to 60, including Salamence and Flygon, and I will get all the Shadow Pokemon ready to be purified, except for Shadow Lugia. I'll even put except for Shadow Lugia. And the last Shadow Pokemon. So that's what I'll do off-screen. From there, we will start with doing the pre-gym a second time. We'll do Battle Bingo at the Coliseum, which your levels and whatnot don't affect that. We will pick up and play all the battle CDs. We'll do the Ori Coliseum, initially just the first fight. Then we'll go around and do the rest of the post-game. We'll pick up the last Shadow Pokemon that's in Gatian Port. We will purify all the Shadow Pokemons, including Shadow Lugia. We will give the team better TM moves. That needs to be probably... Well, no, that would be after the last Shadow Pokemon, I would guess. Yeah, I'm going to put this... Can I do that first? I can do that immediately. I can do that beforehand. Okay. Let's really quickly put that in. Yeah. We'll get the last Shadow Pokemon after doing the pre-gym. So we'll do it before all the post-game, before Ori Coliseum, before Battle Bingo, before the Battle CDs. That'll be the first thing I do. Because then I can also put it in, and while I'm running around, that will work on purifying it a little bit. And then I can just use the cologne to get its heart gauge lowered the remainder of the way once I'm ready to do that. And because I would be picking up the last Shadow Pokemon there, at that point, once I've gotten the last Shadow Pokemon, at that point I can give my team better TM moves, because there would be no reason to keep them otherwise. So, for doing all of Ori Coliseum and the rest of post-game, I would have a better move set for my entire team. Alright, so one more time, we'll try this in order. Off-screen, my team will get to level 60, including Salamence and Flygon. I will get all the Shadow Pokemon ready to be purified, except for Shadow Lugia and the last Shadow Pokemon that we've yet to pick up. Next time we stream this, I will do the pre-gym again. This is in order. I will do the pre-gym again. I will go and grab the last Shadow Pokemon that's in Gatian Port. After I pick that up, there's no reason for me to have weak moves at all on my team, so I will give my team better TM moves. After that, we'll move on to doing the Battle Bingo, and then we will collect and play all the Battle CDs. After that, we'll actually do proper post-game and do the Ori Coliseum. Initially just the first fight, and then we'll go around and do the rest of the post-game. After that, or during that, we will purify the last Shadow Pokemon as well as Shadow Lugia. After that will be the remaining rounds of Ori Coliseum. As long as I have my team equal level, that should be fine. And then we'll finish off with doing all 100 floors of Mount Battle. And that should be everything left we need to do in the game. I'm going to save those notes. Perfect. Alright, no need to worry about that. If there is anything you can think of that was not on that list that I missed, please do let me know. Because inevitably there will probably be something that I missed. It is the nature of being human. It's not Sneasel and Growl. Hey, a man after my own heart. I like both those Pokemon, even though Sneasel's not that great. These guys actually aren't as low level as I thought they would be, though. 42, like, considering we probably should have come to this set of floors way earlier than we did. 42 is not bad. Like, if we'd come here straight out of the gate whenever I first started up the stream, they would have only been a couple levels lower than us. So now Shelgon, he's so cute. He's going to turn into a beautiful little monster one day. Oh, I thought that was going to be enough to get him to level 51 for sure. Sorry, Shelgon. You'll get to fly one day. You're not that far away, level-wise. Even though your trainer's a dick and he'll never level you up. For those not in the know, Bagon, the initial evolution, or evolution line, rather, of Salamence, its biggest dream is that it wants to be able to fly. So whenever it makes it to finally being a Salamence, not only does it have the wings and is able to fly, the first thing it does after it evolves is it learns Fly, the move Fly, if you let it. This is not a very good team to handle that Raichu. The Nuzleaf won't really be that big an issue, but... Well, I'd rather be quick attack than fake out, and at least I'll still get my turn. I might, if I decide to show off another tonight, 10 floors, at the very least I am going to, like, hop into Battle 51, just because I'm curious to see how much their levels increase. Yeah, can't use that. Okay, in that case... Oops, I did that backwards. Hopefully he doesn't have Volt Absorb. Nope, we're good. Let's have a look here. This is Pokemon Coliseum. It's the battle mode singles, battle mode doubles. Man, I'm glad I didn't ever go through those. Yikes. I should be looking to get my team to about level 70. He's got some... The final guy's actually got some super... not super, pseudo legendaries. He's got the Regirock, Registeel, Regice on his team. That is a different one I'm looking at, but that is a dick Pokemon on your team. So yeah, I need to be at about level 70 for that. And there's the Mount Battle Master. So Mount Battle Master has, yeah, a team of level 70s. He also looks to be... Unfortunately, the good old Earthquake Protect combo. I'll bear that in mind. I'm definitely bringing that Salamence now. Which I'm grinding to level 60 to be able to do Ore Coliseum. I imagine by the time we did all of that stuff, including getting all the way up to the top of Mount Battle, like, surely we would be level 70 by that point. I wouldn't be too terribly worried. One more thing I'm going to add in those notes, and that's the fact that I can't change team. you are looking to get that extra little bonus, bear that in mind, and I'll mention it again once we do it. You cannot change your team once you start that challenge of going from 0 all the way to 100. If you do, you'll not get the reward. Blip. It is weird to think that this is still, like, the first half of Mount Battle, and they're, like, level 43s, and then you think down to floor 1, and they're, like, level 9. That does feel a bit hard to believe. Like, yeah, I would expect them to increase in level, but, like, not by that much. Like, they've increased in basically 30 levels, and they're not going to increase in 30 more levels. They'll be close, but not quite there. But I guess I'd rather the scaling increase more at the start and then kind of taper off towards the end. That'd make it easier to level up faster during the story. Also, I imagine it'll either be area 6 or 7, meaning 50 to 60 or 60 to 70 is probably the point they'll change up the surrounding areas so they don't have the lava and whatnot. It'll probably be the sky area. I would imagine it'll probably be after 60, but I could be wrong. Thunder. Ooh, that is tempting. I think at this point, there's only one Shadow Pokemon left to catch. We might have to say goodbye to Double Kick, honestly. Almost say goodbye to Thunder Wave, too. Nah, we'll get rid of Double Kick. If I ever wanted to relearn it, I could relearn it. I thought we were pretty much past anybody learning anything new at this point. That was probably the last thing for Jolteon learning it naturally, would be my guess. So now, Mr. Wudo. If that's the case, Water Gun and Thundershock. Jeez, we've been streaming for 6 hours. Yeah, I need to finish this up. Jeez. Major props if you've been sticking around for even half of that time. Streaming's always in that weird area because for the archive stuff, it's like, I wish there was a way to naturally split it into, like, hour-long sections rather than the options, for those that don't know, of exporting from Twitch to YouTube is either keeping the whole thing or splitting it into 15-minute parts. And I'm like, I don't really want 15-minute parts. An hour would work, but 15 just doesn't feel right. Like, at that rate, if I had the time, I almost feel like I would export it to YouTube and then download it off of YouTube and split it up into hour sections and then re-upload it that way. Quilava! I want one. I'm not gonna be able to get one for a long time, though. Not in this game, anyway. That was not the world's most flattering camera angle for Machoke. It made him look like he had a giant underbite, even though he didn't. Suppose next fight, if I get a chance where I'm in a spot where I don't think Thundershock will do enough, I'll try to use Thunder so we can watch it in all of its glory. Might be a little late in this fight to do anything like that, though. Considering it's, you know, basically almost over. Alright, Machoke, let's show us what we got. You got Cross Chomp. Alright. Nice punch. Solid. And away it goes. We defeated Nook. By Nook or by Crook. One if by land, two if by sea. Alright, number 49, we're almost there. What do you got, casual dude burden? Well, I hope you're not too much of a burden. Womp womp womp. It's like a mix of burden and then like the name Burton. B-U-R-T-O-N. It was Bailey from Whalmer, I think is what it was. Ice on you. Let's go for the full Thunder. Why not? Boom. Also, I appreciate they gave you a chance to look at all the Jono starters in their second form right in a row there. First Crocodile, then Quilava, then Bayleaf. Even though Quilava is my boy, I still do like Crocodile. Bayleaf, eh. But like Crocodile slash Totodile slash for Alligator. Still a good choice. Still a very good choice. It's just a shame it doesn't feel like until Gen 3 you actually have like a pretty even of like, wow, all these are good. Alright, Area Leader is up. Number 50. If you can beat me, you'll conquer Area 5. Let's get started. Alright, Kalis, or Callus. Alright, right away I've got something I can use. I keep wanting to say Ice Beam, it's Aurora Beam. It will probably get swapped out for Ice Beam in the future, but... maybe it's my imagination, but it always seems like if you've got those, like, high damage and, like, semi-accurate moves, like 70 accuracy, they always seem to hit on turn 1, provided that no one's used, like, Protect or Fly or Dig or anything. None of those stupid moves. Marshtomp, I still have no grass moves. Which might mean that we end up seeing Combuskin, because that's two now in the same fight that we've seen, two now in the same fight we've seen the second stage of the Gen 3 starters. So we might be in for seeing Combuskin here in a moment. Yep, sure enough, there it is. I should have, like, made that guess accurately and gone for Water Gun, but oh well. I can always Water Gun in this upcoming turn. Alright, there goes Mr. Orange Chicken. Apparently I'm allergic to orange chicken because I just sneezed very violently. Alright, body slam and bite. Congratulations on being the longest to survive Marsh Tomb only because I had no grass and didn't feel like dealing with you at the time. Too much. Yep, it was too much. It's too many of them. 1,000 poker coupons. Eh, that's not bad. Especially considering that's an area we can now easily clear. So for Area 5, you get TM39, which is... Rock Tomb. Stops target from moving with rocks. May lower speed. Alright, last thing I want to check, and I'm only going to go into this first battle in this next area, which is still in the lava area. I have this thing for the ground type. Oh, Lord. Well, Jolteon's not going to be much help here, then. Might have to get Zangoose out here. $43. Okay, so they're actually still about the same level as they were in the last area. That's a bit surprising. So scary. Did that only hit Walrein? Or only hit Zangoose? Whichever it was? That's... I could have sworn Scary Face would hit both targets, but I guess not. Oh well, doesn't matter. He gone. Okay. So, now that that has been shown off, I'm going to do one more thing and then we're done. And the only reason I'm going to do this now is just to give me a little bit more wiggle room, and that is purify the 2, or however many it was, that said that they were ready to be purified at HQ. I think it was 2, I'm pretty sure it wasn't any much more than 2. So that'll give me a few more to throw in there. And then I can do the... Or the game disc could not be read. Please read the Nintendo GameCube instruction booklet for more information. Well, I think that's a good place to end. It's saved after I beat the game, so the only thing I did between now and then was beating Egan and going through that area of Mount Battle. So that seems like a good place to stop. My god. I guess it couldn't handle being streamed for 5 hours. Or 6 hours. It was too camera shy. Alright, thank you all for watching. And I will see you guys next week for XD. Again, this will be up on archive page. Next week will be more of this and potentially more of Final Fantasy X. If it's not, I'll figure out where to go from there. But we'll play that by ear. Expect to see that up probably Monday would be my guess for the schedule, which you can check on Discord, as well as with all the other social media links below when I go live. Take care, guys, and I will see you in the next one.